Greetings, warriors and dreamers. Welcome to the realms of sleep, where tonight we journey through the epic world of God of War. I am your guide through the 9 realms, where ancient gods whisper their secrets and mythic landscapes unfold before us. From the frost-covered mountains of Midgard to the golden halls of Asgard, these tales of gods and giants will carry you into peaceful slumber. Lay down your weapons, rest your weary head, and allow the legends of these powerful beings to become the landscape of your dreams. The battles have been fought, and now is the time for rest. So close your eyes, brave one. Let the fire of the hearth warm you as we begin our journey through realms both wondrous and dangerous. The forest fell silent as dusk settled across the realm. Kratos and Atreus moved through the deepening shadows with practiced ease, their footfalls barely disturbing the carpet of pine needles beneath them. They had been traveling since midday, following directions Brock had reluctantly shared after much persuasion from Atreus. "There's an old forge up in the northern peaks," the blue dwarf had grumbled, scratching runes onto a scrap of leather for them. "Ancient, even by our standards. Not many know about it anymore, and for good reason. Place has a reputation." When pressed for details, Brock had simply shrugged, his normally gruff demeanor softening into something closer to reverence. "Some say the anvil there still whispers with the voices of the old masters, that it remembers every piece ever forged upon it. Not the kind of place you visit without purpose. Purpose was precisely what had brought them to this remote trail. During their recent encounters with increasingly formidable adversaries, Kratia's Leviathan axe had shown signs of strain, minute cracks forming along the edge after particularly demanding battles. Sindri had examined it with growing concern, finally admitting that conventional repair methods might prove insufficient. The Leviathan was forged with techniques that, he had paused, choosing his words carefully, well, techniques that aren't commonly practiced anymore. The anvil at the old forge might help. It remembers patterns that we've forgotten. As they ascended deeper into the mountains, the air grew thinner and cooler, carrying the metallic hint of approaching snow. The path narrowed, winding between massive boulders whose surfaces gleamed with unusual luster in the fading light, as if metallic ore ran through their very core. "Are we getting close, father?" Atreus asked, his breath forming small clouds in the chill air. Kratos consulted the crude map Brock had provided. "The entrance should lie beyond the next rise, where the peaks form a crown." They crested the hill to find exactly that, a semicircle of jagged peaks that resembled nothing so much as the tines of a massive crown thrust up from the earth itself. Between 2 of the central peaks, a narrow fissure cut into the mountainside, barely wide enough for a man of Kratos' build to pass through sideways. "This must be it," Atreus whispered, approaching the crevice with the reverent caution he reserved for places of obvious power. "Look, there are runes carved around the entrance." Indeed, the stone surrounding the opening was inscribed with dwarvish script so ancient that even Atreus, with his gift for languages, struggled to decipher it. He traced his fingers over the worn symbols, brow furrowed in concentration. "Something about worthy hands and broken metal," he murmured. "And a warning. I think it says, 'The anvil only speaks to those who listen with their hands.'" He glanced at his father, uncertainty written across his features. "I'm not sure I'm translating that correctly. We will discover its meaning inside." Kratos replied, unsurprised by the cryptic nature of the message. In his experience, power rarely announced itself plainly. The passage proved narrower than it first appeared, requiring them to turn sideways and shuffle through in places where the walls pressed close. The stone felt unusually warm beneath their palms, and at times seemed to pulse with subtle vibration, as if machinery operated somewhere deep within the mountain's heart. After perhaps 50 paces, the narrow corridor opened abruptly into a vast chamber, whose dimensions were difficult to discern in the dim light. The air hung heavy with the scent of old smoke, heated metal, and something else. A sharp, almost electrical quality that made the hair on Atrea's arms stand on end. "It smells like Brock's forge," the boy observed, "but older, more powerful." As their eyes adjusted to the gloom, details emerged from the darkness. The chamber was indeed enormous, its ceiling lost in shadows high above. The walls curved in a perfect circle, every surface covered with intricate carvings that depicted smithing techniques and what appeared to be the creation of legendary weapons. These reliefs were no mere decorations. They had been hammered directly into the living stone with such precision that they seemed to move slightly when viewed from the corner of one's eye. At the chamber's center stood a forge unlike any they had encountered before. No conventional fire burned at its heart. Instead, a swirling vortex of blue-white energy pulsed within a circular pit lined with strange, lustrous black stone. Above this energy well hung a series of precisely arranged metal instruments, hammers, tongs, and other tools whose purposes were less immediately obvious, all suspended as if waiting for a master's hand to claim them. And beyond this, positioned directly beneath a natural chimney in the rock that allowed a single shaft of moonlight to illuminate it, stood the anvil. Even from a distance, its uniqueness was apparent. Unlike the blocky iron anvils of ordinary forges, this one possessed an almost liquid quality. Its surface rippled subtly like water disturbed by a gentle breeze, though it clearly remained solid metal. Its color shifted as they watched, cycling through deep blues, molten reds, and a silvery sheen that seemed almost alive with inner light. "The Whispering Anvil," Adrius breathed, taking an unconscious step forward before his father's hand on his shoulder restrained him. "Caution," Kratos reminded him. "We know nothing of its true nature." As if in response to his words, the energy in the forge pit pulsed more intensely, and a sound emerged from the anvil itself. Not quite a voice, but something more than mere vibration. It resembled the ring of hammer on hot metal, yet carried patterns that suggested language, intentions that hinted at consciousness. Atreus tilted his head, listening intently. "It's speaking, father. Not in words exactly, but," he frowned, concentrating, "it's like when the winds in the trees almost sound like voices, except more deliberate." Kratos approached carefully, his senses extended to detect any hint of threat. The forge chamber remained still, except for the pulsing energy and the subtle movements of the anvil's surface. No guardians emerged to challenge their presence, no traps activated beneath their feet. Yet the space hummed with potential, with power carefully contained but by no means dormant. When he stood before the anvil, close enough to touch it should he choose, Kratos removed the Leviathan axe from his back and held it horizontally across his palms. The weapon's blue glow seemed to intensify in proximity to the anvil, frost patterns crawling along its surface with renewed vigor. "We seek restoration," he stated simply, addressing the anvil directly. Years of dealing with powerful entities had taught him that directness often proved most effective. This weapon was forged by Brock and Sindri using techniques known to your makers. It requires renewal beyond their current ability. The anvil's surface rippled more vigorously, its colors shifting through a rapid sequence before settling into a deep glacial blue that matched the axe's glow perfectly. The sounds it emitted changed as well, forming patterns that seemed almost like questions, rising tones followed by expectant silences. "I think it wants you to place the axe upon it," Atreus suggested, moving to stand beside his father. "That's what Sindri meant about listening with your hands. You have to make contact." Kratos hesitated, well aware that magical artifacts rarely gave without taking in return. Yet the axe's condition left them few alternatives, and Brock would not have directed them here if he believed true danger awaited. With characteristic decisiveness, he laid the Leviathan upon the anvil's shimmering surface. The reaction was immediate and extraordinary. Where the axe touched the anvil, both metals seemed to flow into one another without actually merging. Their boundaries remained distinct, yet they communicated across that boundary in ways visible to the eye. Fractal patterns of frost and heat danced across both surfaces, accompanied by a harmonic tone that filled the chamber completely. More surprising still was the effect this contact had on the chamber around them. The carvings on the walls flared to life with soft blue illumination, revealing their full intricacy and extent. They did not merely depict smithing techniques, as had first appeared, but rather told a single continuous story: the creation of the very first dwarven forge, the discovery of enchanted metallurgy, and the subsequent forging of weapons that had shaped the course of realms and gods alike. "It's beautiful," Atreus whispered, turning slowly to take in the illuminated narrative that surrounded them. "It's their whole history." Kratos remained focused on the axe, watching as the minute cracks in its edge seemed to shimmer and flow beneath the anvil's influence. "The weapon responds," he observed, "but the actual repair requires more than simple contact." As if confirming his assessment, the suspended tools above the energy pit began to sway gently, drawing attention to their presence and purpose. At the same time, the anvil's sounds shifted again, forming patterns that seemed to indicate sequence, procedure, method. Atreus moved closer to the suspended tools, studying them with growing fascination. "These aren't just ordinary hammers and tongs," he noted. "Look at the markings. Each one is designed for a specific type of material or technique. I think..." He paused, glancing back at the illuminated wall carvings, then at the axe. "I think the anvil is showing us which ones we need to use. The sounds it's making match the sequences shown in these carvings." The boy's perceptiveness impressed Kratos, though he kept this reaction internal, as was his custom. His son's ability to recognize patterns, to make connections between seemingly disparate elements, had proven valuable countless times during their journeys. "Show me," Kratos said simply. Adrian approached the wall where the carvings glowed most intensely, tracing the sequence with his finger. "Here? It shows a weapon being placed on the anvil, just as you've done with the axe. Then the smith selects these specific tools." He pointed to a series of illustrated implements. "First this hammer for I think its alignment, then these tongs to hold while using this narrower hammer for the edge work. Finally this tool that looks almost like a brush, maybe for the Kratos examined the suspended tools, identifying those that matched the sequence Atreus had deciphered. With characteristic efficiency, he selected the alignment hammer, a substantial tool with a head carved from what appeared to be meteoric iron, its surface etched with constellation. A moment his hand closed around the hammer's handle. Knowledge flowed into him, not as coherent thoughts or words, but as muscle memory, as intuitive understanding of exact force required, precise angle needed, specific rhythm to maintain. The hammer felt alive in his hand, guiding his movements with subtle pressure that corrected his grip and stance without obvious intervention. "Father?" Atreus' voice held concern. "Are you all right?" "Yes," Kratos replied, somewhat surprised by the non-invasive nature of the knowledge transfer. Unlike the many entities that had attempted to control or manipulate him over centuries, the anvil and hammer merely offered, suggested rather than demanded, guided rather than commanded. The tool teaches. Understanding dawned on Atreus' face. Like the carving said, "Listen with your hands." With newfound comprehension of the required technique, Kratos raised the alignment hammer and brought it down upon the Leviathan in a precise, measured strike. The sound that rang out filled the chamber with harmonic overtones that made the very air vibrate sympathetically. Where the hammer struck, the axe briefly glowed white, hot despite its inherently frozen nature. Opposites coexisting without contradiction, he worked with methodical focus, allowing the inherited knowledge to guide his hands through a series of increasingly complex strikes. Each impact produced unique tonal qualities that seemed to communicate with the anvil itself, which responded with subtle shifts in its surface to support different aspects of the restoration process. Atreus watched in fascination as his father moved through the repair sequence. Though he had observed both Brock and Sindri at work many times, this was entirely different. More primal, more connected to the fundamental nature of the materials involved. This wasn't merely mechanical repair. It was conversation between smith and metal, between tool and weapon, all facilitated by the living presence of the anvil. "It's speaking through the sounds," Atreus realized aloud. "Each ring is like a word or phrase. You're having a conversation with it, father." Kratos did not respond verbally. His concentration focused entirely on the work, but he recognized the truth in his son's observation. The harmonics produced by each hammer strike formed a language of sorts. Intentions communicated, possibilities offered, and either accepted or rejected. Compromises negotiated through subtle variations in force and angle. As he progressed through the sequence Atreus had identified, Kratos exchanged the alignment hammer for specialized tongs crafted from an unusual golden metal that seemed to float slightly above his palm before settling into his grip. These two conveyed knowledge directly. How to hold the axe at precise angles to access damaged areas. How to sense weak points through minute vibrations transmitted from metal to hand. The edgework hammer came next, a more delicate tool with a tapered head formed from a crystalline material that sang like glass when it struck the axe's surface. Each impact sent shimmers of blue-white energy cascading along the weapon's edge, sealing fractures and restoring molecular alignment with precision beyond conventional smithing techniques. Throughout this process, Kratos remained acutely aware of the anvil's active participation. It wasn't merely a surface upon which work was performed. It actively responded to each stage of the restoration, its surface flowing to create perfect support for whatever aspect of the axe required attention, its temperature shifting to facilitate particular molecular changes within the metal. "This is how they forged the great weapons," Atreus murmured, his attention divided between his father's work and the illuminated carvings that seemed to glow more intensely with each successful step in the process. Not just with skill and fire, but with communication, with understanding. The final tool in the sequence was indeed brush-like in appearance, though its bristles were formed from fine filaments of metal rather than organic material. When Kratos took it in hand, the knowledge that flowed into him was different. Less about physical force and more about intention, about directing energy through focused will into specific enchantment patterns. As he brushed the tool along the axe's surface with deliberate strokes, frost patterns emerged in its wake. Not random crystallization, but precise runic forms that glowed with inner light. These were the deepest enchantments of the Leviathan, the fundamental patterns that allowed it to channel frost magic with such devastating effect. The anvil's whispers reached crescendo during this final stage, its surface rippling dramatically beneath the axe, colors shifting through spectral patterns that matched the weapon's awakening enchantments. The energy pit at the forge's center pulsed in synchronized rhythm, sending waves of blue-white light washing across the chamber's carved walls. Atreus moved closer, drawn by the harmonic convergence of energies. "It's beautiful," he whispered. "The axe is remembering itself." This observation struck Kratos as particularly apt. The restoration wasn't imposing new qualities upon the weapon, but rather reminding it of its own true nature, reawakening patterns that had always existed within its structure. The anvil and tools served not as external forces, but as catalysts for internal recollection and renewal. With a final, resonant stroke of the enchantment brush, the process reached completion. The Leviathan axe blazed with blue-white light, frost cascading from its surface in controlled waves that dissipated just before reaching the floor. The weapon hummed with evident power, its edge restored to flawless condition, its enchantments reinvigorated beyond even their original strength. When Kratos lifted the axe from the anvil, the connection between them stretched like luminous threads before finally separating with a sound like distant crystal bells. The anvil's surface settled into gentle ripples, its color returning to the shifting patterns observed upon their arrival. "It is done," Kratos stated, examining the restored weapon with critical eye. No trace remained of the damage that had brought them to this ancient forge. The Leviathan seemed not merely repaired, but enhanced, as if the conversation with the anvil had revealed potential previously unrealized. Atreus approached cautiously, eyes wide with wonder. "May I?" He hesitated, glancing at his father for permission. Understanding his son's desire, Kratos extended the axe horizontally, allowing Atreus to place his palm against its flat surface. The boy's sharp intake of breath confirmed that he too could sense the difference. "It's more alive somehow," Atreus said softly. "More awake." As they stood in contemplation of the restored weapon, the anvil's whispers shifted tone once again, forming patterns distinct from those that had guided the repair process. These new sounds carried interrogative qualities, rhythms that suggested curiosity or invitation. Atreus tilted his head, listening intently to these metallic whispers. "I think," he began slowly, "I think it's offering something, or asking something." He glanced at the illuminated wall carvings, where a new section had brightened to draw their attention. "Look there!" The newly highlighted carvings depicted a sequence neither had noticed previously. A young smith being guided through the creation of a first weapon, hands positioned by more experienced ones, techniques demonstrated and then attempted with gradually increasing competence. "It's teaching," Atreus realized, excitement coloring his voice. The carvings show master smiths passing knowledge to apprentices. He looked up at his father, hope written plainly across his features. Father, I think it's offering to teach me. Kratos studied the carvings with careful attention, noting the accuracy of his son's interpretation. The depicted sequence clearly showed instruction rather than independent work, elder smiths guiding younger ones through foundational techniques with patient demonstration. His immediate instinct was caution. Throughout their journey, Adrian's eagerness to acquire new knowledge and abilities had occasionally led toward dangerous territories. Yet Kratos also recognized the value in controlled exposure to such learning, particularly under his direct supervision. "You wish to try?" he asked, already knowing the answer, but acknowledging his son's agency through the question itself. Atreus nodded eagerly. "If you think it's safe. I've watched Brock and Sindri work so many times, but I've never had the chance to try myself." His expression grew more serious. "And if I'm to understand our weapons, to truly know how they function, shouldn't I learn something of how they're made?" The logic was sound, and Kratos found himself appreciating, once again, his son's growing maturity. The thoughtful reasoning that increasingly balanced his natural enthusiasm. With a single nod, he indicated his approval. "We will proceed carefully," he stated. "I will remain present throughout." Relief and excitement flooded Atreus' face. "Thank you, father." The anvil's whispers shifted again, taking on an approving tone that suggested satisfaction with their decision. The energy pit's swirling vortex settled into a steadier, less intensive glow, providing consistent light and heat without the dramatic pulses that had accompanied the axe's restoration. Atreides approached the anvil with appropriate reverence, placing his palms flat against its surface as he had seen his father do with the axe. The metal rippled beneath his touch, colors flowing toward his hands as if drawn by magnetic attraction. "It feels friendly," the boy said with slight surprise. Eager, almost. From the suspended tools, a hammer, smaller than those Kratos had used, sized appropriately for a youth, began to sway gently, drawing Atreus' attention. When he reached for it, the hammer seemed to meet his hand halfway, settling into his grip with perfect balance. Like his father before him, Atreus' expression showed the moment when knowledge flowed from tool to hand. His eyes widening slightly, posture adjusting unconsciously to accommodate techniques he had never been formally taught. Unlike Kratos, however, he verbalized the experience. "It's showing me," he explained with wonder. "Not just how to hold it, but why. How the weight needs to balance through my arm. How the force travels from shoulder to metal." He looked up at his father. "Is this how you learned weaponry, this direct understanding?" The question stirred memories Kratos rarely accessed. His earliest training in Sparta, where martial knowledge was imparted through relentless physical conditioning and demonstration, rather than theoretical explanation. "In some ways," he acknowledged, "though my teachers were flesh, not metal." This response seemed to satisfy Atreus, who returned his attention to the hammer in his hand and the anvil before him. "What should I make? Something simple, I assume?" The anvil answered before Kratos could, its whispers forming patterns that directed their attention to a particular section of wall carving. Here, the illuminated relief showed a basic arrowhead, the fundamental shape from which more complex projectile points evolved, requiring minimal material while demonstrating essential smithing principles. "An arrowhead?" Atreus nodded, understanding the suggestion. That makes sense. I use them constantly, and the basic design isn't too complicated. From a recess near the energy pit, previously unnoticed, a small ingot of dark metal floated gently upward and drifted toward them, coming to rest beside the anvil within Atreus's reach. Unlike ordinary iron or steel, this metal possessed subtle iridescence that suggested unusual properties, perhaps the ability to accept enchantment more readily than conventional materials. Guided by the knowledge flowing through the hammer and the whispers from the anvil, Atreus began the process of creating his first forged item. He held the small ingot in tongs over the energy pit, observing with fascination as it absorbed heat at a precisely controlled rate, glowing first red, then orange, then a pale yellow that indicated optimal malleability. When he placed the heated metal on the anvil, its surface shifted to create a subtle depression, perfectly shaped to cradle the developing arrowhead. His hammer strikes rang out with surprising confidence, not the tentative taps one might expect from a novice, but measured blows that showed intuitive understanding of the material's needs. Kratos watched with carefully concealed pride as his son worked. Though he maintained vigilant observation for any sign of danger, he found himself increasingly impressed by Atrites' natural aptitude for this new skill. The boy's coordination, always exceptional with bow and arrow, transferred effectively to hammer and metal. His movements economical, his timing precise. "The metal almost tells you what it wants," Atreus commented between strikes, his concentration never fully breaking. "It's not like I'm forcing it into shape, more like I'm helping it find the form it's meant to have." This philosophical observation might once have earned a dismissive grunt from Kratos, but he had learned to recognize wisdom in his son's perspectives, particularly those that demonstrated deeper understanding of the world's interconnected nature. "Many crafts function thus," he acknowledged. "The skilled worker perceives what exists within the material, rather than imposing entirely external vision." Atreus's work continued under the anvil's guidance, each stage of the arrowhead's development accompanied by specific whispered tones that indicated approval or suggested adjustments. The boy responded to this feedback with remarkable sensitivity, adapting his technique in real time to address the anvil's subtle communication. As the basic shape emerged through repeated heating and hammering, Atreus began to add refinements: a precisely tapered edge, balanced weight distribution, a socketed base that would accept arrow shafts of standard dimension. These were not merely functional elements, but harmonious design aspects that elevated the simple arrowhead towards something approaching art. "I never realized how much thought goes into even the simplest weapons," Atreus reflected, pausing to examine his work with critical eye. Each curve, each angle served specific purpose. He glanced at the Leviathan axe secured once more on his father's back. The greater weapons must require incredible skill and understanding. "And time," Kratos added, thinking of the countless hours Brock and Sindri must have invested in creating the Leviathan and similar legendary armaments. "Mastery demands patience as much as knowledge." This comment earned a slightly chagrined smile from Atreus, who recognized the gentle reminder about a virtue he still struggled to cultivate. "I'm trying to be more patient, Father. Truly, you improve," Kratos acknowledged with simple honesty. "In this as in other aspects." This modest praise clearly meant much to Atreus, whose subsequent hammer strikes rang with renewed purpose and precision. The arrowhead took its final form beneath these confident blows, a elegantly functional projectile point that would fly true and penetrate effectively, despite being crafted by hands that had never before worked metal. And the physical shaping was complete. The anvil's whispers changed tone once again, directing Atreus's attention to a different suspended tool. A slender rod of copper with a curved tip that glowed with soft amber light. This was an enchantment stylus, used to inscribe magical properties into finished metalwork. Atreus hesitated, looking to his father with uncertainty. Should I attempt enchantment as well? That seems ambitious for a first attempt. Kratos considered this question carefully. Enchantment was indeed more complex than physical shaping, with greater potential for unexpected consequences if performed incorrectly. Yet the anvil's guidance had proven reliable thus far, and the controlled environment of this ancient forge provided optimal conditions for such learning. Proceed with caution, he advised. But yes, complete the work as the anvil guides, with typical eagerness tempered by appropriate respect for the process. Atreus exchanged his hammer for the enchantment stylus. As with previous tools, knowledge flowed into him upon contact, though this transfer appeared more intense, judging by his sharp intake of breath and momentary stillness. It's different, he explained after a moment. More abstract, less about physical movement and more about intention and visualization. He studied the glowing tip of the stylus with newfound understanding. The markings aren't just symbols, they're focal points for directing energy in specific patterns. Guided by this transferred knowledge and the anvil's harmonic whispers, Atreus began inscribing minute runic patterns around the arrowhead's circumference. His hand moved with surprising steadiness, the stylus leaving trails of amber light that sank into the metal and disappeared, becoming part of its fundamental structure rather than surface decoration. As the enchantment progressed, the arrowhead began to emit a soft golden glow that pulsed in rhythm with Atreus's heartbeat, visible proof of the connection forming between creator and creation, between the boy's inherent magical aptitude and the receptive metal shaped by his own hands. "I'm making it align to my bow," he explained, concentration evident in his furrowed brow, "so it will fly truer than ordinary arrows and find gaps in armor more consistently." He paused, adding with slight hesitation, "And I've added something else, a small return enchantment, so if the shot is clean, the arrow will eventually find its way back to my quiver." Kratos raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed by this practical innovation. A useful enhancement for a boy who often complains about retrieving spent arrows. Atreus grinned at this rare hint of humor from his father. Exactly. Why waste time searching when the arrow could do the work itself? His expression grew more serious as he completed the final inscriptions. "I'm not certain it will work correctly, but the anvil seems to think the pattern is sound." With the last stroke of the stylus, the arrowhead's glow stabilized into a steady, subtle radiance that suggested successful enchantment without excess power that might prove unstable. The anvil's surface rippled in what appeared to be approval, its whispers taking on harmonics that conveyed satisfaction and completion. Atreus set the stylus aside and carefully lifted his creation from the anvil, holding it up to examine in the ambient light of the forge. Though simple compared to the legendary weapons depicted in the chamber's wall carvings, the arrowhead possessed undeniable quality. Balanced, precisely shaped, and humming with subtle enchantment that complemented its physical properties. "I made this," he said, with quiet wonder, the significance of creation still settling into his consciousness. With my own hands. With the anvil's guidance, but still mine. Kratos understood this sentiment completely. Despite his long existence filled with destruction and battle, he had experienced moments of creation, instances where his hands had built rather than broken. Though rare, these experiences carried unique satisfaction, distinct from martial victory or strategic success. The first of many, perhaps, he suggested, noting his son's evident aptitude for the craft. If you choose to develop this skill further. Atreus looked around the ancient forge with newfound appreciation. Could we return here to learn more? Before Kratos could respond, the anvil's whispers formed distinctive patterns that drew their attention to yet another section of illuminated wall carving. Here, the relief showed smiths working, not in this central chamber, but in smaller satellite forges built around the periphery, apprentice workspaces, where developing craftsmen could practice without requiring the master anvil's constant guidance. There are other forges here, Atreus realized, examining the carvings more closely. Smaller ones, for those still learning. He pointed to a particular section of the carved narrative. Look. It shows how knowledge gained from the main anvil could be applied in these practice spaces, with occasional return to the central chamber for guidance on more advanced techniques. This arrangement made practical sense, creating structured learning progression that balanced independent development with masterful oversight. Kratos could see parallels to his own martial training in Sparta, where young warriors practiced fundamentals individually, but regularly demonstrated their progress before more experienced fighters who corrected form and introduced advanced techniques when appropriate. A sensible approach to developing mastery, he acknowledged, though any return would require careful timing to avoid unwanted attention. Atreus nodded understanding, well aware that their movements throughout the realms were monitored by various entities with their own agendas. Regular visits to a location of known power would eventually draw notice, regardless of how carefully they concealed their tracks. We could come rarely, he suggested, and perhaps Brock or Sindri might share some basics between visits. Now that I've had proper introduction to the craft. This compromise seemed reasonable, allowing Atreus to pursue this newfound interest without establishing dangerous patterns that might expose them to unnecessary risk. Kratos indicated his approval with a single nod, which earned a grateful smile from his son. As they prepared to leave the ancient forge, the anvil offered one final communication. Its whispers forming patterns that directed their attention to a small recess in the chamber wall, previously unnoticed. Within this alcove rested a leather-bound journal, whose covering bore the same distinctive constellational patterns as the alignment hammer Kratos had used. Atreus approached and carefully lifted the journal, finding it surprisingly light given its substantial appearance. When he opened it, the pages appeared blank at first glance, but as he continued to look, faint lines of dwarven script began to materialize, becoming more distinct the longer he focused his attention. It's a teaching text, he realized after studying several pages, explaining fundamental principles and techniques. He looked up at the anvil with dawning comprehension. You're allowing me to take knowledge with me, aren't you? So I can continue learning even when I'm not here. The anvil's whispers took on an affirmative harmonic, its surface rippling in patterns that suggested approval of this interpretation. The journal in Atreus's hands seemed to respond as well, its pages glowing briefly with the same golden light that had emanated from his enchanted arrowhead. A gift of considerable value, Kratos observed, understanding the significance of such direct knowledge transfer. Dwarven smiths guarded their craft secrets jealously, rarely sharing them even with their own kind, much less with outsiders. "I'll use it well," Atreus promised, addressing the anvil directly as he carefully secured the journal in his travel pack alongside his newly crafted arrowhead. "And return when I'm ready to learn more." With their purposes fulfilled, the Leviathan axe restored to full functionality, and beyond, Atreus introduced to a craft that clearly resonated with his natural abilities, they took their leave of the ancient forge. The energy pit dimmed as they departed, though it did not extinguish completely, and the wall carvings retained subtle illumination that lit their path back to the narrow entrance passage. As they navigated the confined exit corridor, Atreus maintained thoughtful silence, clearly processing the experiences and knowledge gained during their visit. Only when they emerged once more onto the mountainside, the crown of peaks silhouetted against the night sky, did he speak again. "Father," he began, his tone suggesting an important realization, "I think I understand something now about your past that I didn't before." Kratos glanced at his son with guarded curiosity. "Explain. The way you watched me at the anvil. It reminded me of how you watched me practice with the bow or learn new runic languages." Atreus chose his words carefully, aware of his father's general reticence regarding his earlier life. But there was something else there too. Something that looked like recognition. Like you were remembering learning crafts yourself long ago. This observation struck uncomfortably close to memories Kratos rarely accessed willingly. His training not only in weaponry and combat, but in the various crafts required of Spartan warriors. Young soldiers learned to maintain their own equipment, to repair damaged armor, to forge replacement parts when necessary. These skills had been imparted through the same combination of demonstration, practice, and occasional grudging praise that Kratos now employed with his own son. Rather than deflect the observation as he might once have done, Kratos offered a measured response. In Sparta, warriors learned to create and maintain as well as destroy. Independence required multiple skills. Atreus absorbed this rare glimpse into his father's former life with evident appreciation. "Like you've been teaching me. To hunt, to track, to fight when necessary. But also to read, to understand different languages, to navigate by stars." He held up the enchanted arrowhead, which glimmered faintly in the moonlight. "And now, to create." Kratos recognized in this moment how his approach to raising Atreus, initially born from practical necessity and shaped by his own limited understanding of fatherhood, had unconsciously incorporated elements from his Spartan upbringing. Not the brutality or the singular focus on warfare, but rather the emphasis on comprehensive capability, on mastering diverse skills that collectively ensured survival and efficacy in an unforgiving world. Yet where Spartan training had deliberately suppressed individuality, Kratos had found himself increasingly supporting Atreus's unique attributes. His curiosity, his empathy, his particular way of connecting seemingly disparate elements into meaningful patterns. These qualities, so different from Kratos' own strengths, had proven invaluable throughout their journey. "Creation and destruction require balance," he stated finally, distilling complex reflections into simpler wisdom. To understand one without the other leaves knowledge incomplete. Atreus nodded thoughtfully, tucking the arrowhead carefully into his quiver alongside the conventional arrows. like the carvings showed, the greatest smiths weren't just technically skilled. They understood the purpose behind each weapon, the responsibility that came with creating something of power. As they began their descent from the mountain under star-filled sky, Kratos found unexpected satisfaction in this shared experience of creation, so different from their usual interactions with the world, where their journey had predominantly involved combating hostile forces, navigating dangerous terrain, and unraveling complex mysteries with life-threatening consequences. This brief interlude at the ancient forge had offered different lessons, equally valuable for Atreus' development. The boy walked with newfound confidence, occasionally running his fingers over the journal in his pack, as if reassuring himself of its continued presence. His natural enthusiasm remained evident, but tempered now with deeper appreciation for the knowledge offered and the responsibilities it entailed. A maturation Kratos observed with quiet approval. The Leviathan axe secured on Kratos' back hummed with renewed power, its restored enchantments occasionally manifesting as subtle frost patterns that formed and dissipated along its handle. The weapon felt more responsive than before, as if the conversation with the ancient anvil had awakened aspects of its potential previously dormant, despite Brock and Sindri's considerable skill. As mountain gave way to forest and their path wound through familiar territory toward home, Atreus broke the companionable silence with a question that revealed continued reflection on their experience. "Father, do you think the anvil was actually alive? Not just enchanted, but conscious in its own way?" Kratos considered this question with appropriate seriousness, rather than dismissing it as childish imagination. Throughout his extensive existence, he had encountered numerous entities that defied conventional categorization, beings neither fully alive in the biological sense, nor simply inanimate objects enhanced with magic. "Its awareness differed from ours," he responded carefully. "But yes, it possessed consciousness of sorts, accumulated knowledge given voice through material form." This answer seemed to satisfy Atreus, who nodded thoughtfully before offering his own perspective. It felt ancient, not just old, but patient, like it had watched countless smiths come and go, learning something from each one, and now it shared that combined knowledge with us. The insight demonstrated Atreus' continuing development of intuitive understanding regarding the varied forms consciousness might take throughout the realms. An awareness that transcended simple distinctions between living and non-living, between natural and crafted. This perspective would serve him well as their journey continued into increasingly complex territories, where such distinctions blurred even further. Their path eventually brought them to a small clearing, where they decided to make camp, the hour too late for comfortable return to their cabin before dawn. As Atreus gathered wood for a modest fire, Kratos noted how the boy examined each branch with newfound awareness of material properties, assessing density, moisture content, potential burning characteristics, with the same thoughtfulness he had applied to metal at the anvil. Once the fire was established, casting warm light across their small camp, Atreus carefully removed the journal from his pack and opened it across his knees. The dwarven script glowed softly in the firelight, becoming more distinct as he focused his attention upon it. "It starts with the basics," he explained, clearly eager to share his initial discoveries despite the late hour. How different metals respond to heat, how various hammering techniques affect crystalline structure. His finger traced particular passages with evident fascination. But it also discusses how intention affects outcome, how the smith's focus and purpose influence the final creation beyond mere physical manipulation. Kratos listened with unusual patience, recognizing the importance of this moment in his son's development. Though practical skills formed necessary foundation for survival and efficacy, it was this deeper understanding of principles, of why rather than merely how, that would allow Atros to adapt to circumstances beyond specific training scenarios. The text says masters can eventually sense the song of each material, Atreus continued, excitement evident despite his attempt at scholarly objectivity. They don't just hear hammer strikes, they perceive how the metal itself responds, how it accepts or resists particular changes, like warriors learning to read opponents through subtle physical cues, Kratos observed, finding meaningful parallel between this craft knowledge and his own martial expertise, anticipating response rather than merely imposing will. This comparison clearly resonated with Atreus, who nodded with increased understanding. Exactly. It's a conversation, not a conquest. He looked up from the text, expression thoughtful in the flickering firelight. I wonder if that's why some weapons seem more alive than others, because their makers approached creation as dialogue rather than domination. The observation carried wisdom beyond the boy's years, suggesting insight into fundamental principles that transcended specific applications. Kratos found himself appreciating once again his son's natural gift for recognizing patterns and relationships that others, including himself, might overlook in their focus on immediate practical concern. As night deepened around their camp and the fire settled into steady burn, Atreus eventually set the journal aside and arranged his sleeping furs near the warmth. Though clearly reluctant to interrupt his studies, practical necessity demanded rest after their long journey and significant expenditure of mental energy. We will return, Kratos assured him, noting this reluctance, when circumstances permit. This promise, simple but firm, earned a grateful smile from Atreus as he settled into his bedroll. Thank you, Father, for allowing me to try something new today, for watching over me while I learned. Kratos acknowledged this gratitude with characteristic economy, a single nod that nevertheless conveyed genuine acceptance. As his son drifted towards sleep, occasional soft snores marking his transition to deeper rest, Kratos maintained wakeful vigilance beneath star-filled sky. The Leviathan axe rested beside him, its restored power emanating as subtle cold that balanced the fire's heat. Occasionally, its surface rippled with frost patterns, reminiscent of the ancient anvil's fluid movements, evidence of the profound connection established during the restoration process. In these quiet moments of reflection, Kratos considered the day's unexpected developments. What had begun as practical necessity repairing a damaged weapon had evolved into significant learning opportunity for Atreus, introducing him to creative processes that balanced his predominantly destructive magical abilities. More surprising still was Kratos' own response to watching his son work the ancient forge, the unexpected resonance with memories long suppressed, the recognition of teaching patterns unconsciously adopted from his own youth, the quiet pride in witnessing capability develop beyond his direct instruction. The whispering anvil had indeed spoken, not only through metallic murmurs that guided hands through unfamiliar techniques, but through deeper communication that connected past to present, father to son, creation to purpose. Its ancient wisdom had offered not just practical knowledge, but perspective, understanding that transcended immediate utility to suggest broader principles applicable throughout their continuing journey. As night yielded gradually to approaching dawn, the eastern sky lightening almost imperceptibly beyond distant mountains. Kratos allowed himself rare moment of unguarded satisfaction. The path ahead remained fraught with danger and uncertainty, their ultimate destination still obscured by prophecy and conflicting agenda. Yet in this peaceful interlude, this brief sojourn into creation rather than destruction, they had discovered resources within themselves previously unrecognized or under. Atreus stirred slightly in his sleep, one hand unconsciously reaching toward the journal that contained knowledge awaiting his waking attention. His face in repose showed none of the tension that often accompanied their more harrowing experiences, only peaceful contentment, born of meaningful accomplishment and newfound understanding. The fire's embers glowed softly, providing just enough light to illuminate their small camp without drawing undue attention from potential observers. Around them, the forest maintained pre-dawn silence, that peculiar stillness that precedes nature's awakening to another day's cycle of survival and growth. Tomorrow would bring renewed journey, continued challenges, further development of abilities both martial and magical. But for this moment, in this clearing, under stars that had witnessed countless generations of gods and mortals pursuing their various purposes across the realms, father and son rested in rare tranquility, connected not by shared battle but by shared creation, by knowledge passed from ancient source through present hands toward future application. The whispering anvil lay miles behind them, secured within its mountain fastness, yet its influence remained. In restored weapon, in crafted arrowhead, in transferred knowledge, in awakened potential. Its whispers had spoken of fundamentals that transcended specific techniques or immediate applications, suggesting principles applicable throughout their continuing journey. As Kratos watched the first definitive light of dawn touch the highest branches above their camp, he acknowledged, with characteristic restraint but genuine recognition, that some journeys measured progress not in distance traveled, but in understanding gained, not in enemies defeated, but in capabilities developed, in perspectives expanded, in connections strengthened between past wisdom and future application. The whispering anvil had offered such a journey, its ancient voice guiding hands accustomed to destruction through processes of creation instead. Whatever challenges awaited beyond this peaceful interlude would be faced with enhanced resources, not merely a restored weapon, but restored perspective on the balance between breaking and making, between domination and dialogue, between force imposed and potential awakened. In this quiet recognition, as morning birds began their first tentative calls, and his son slept peacefully beside knowledge, awaiting his waking attention, Kratos found unexpected but welcome moment of completion, of temporary but genuine harmony between his responsibilities as protector and his emerging role as guide, between his violent past and his son's potential future, between the warrior he had been forged to become and the father he was gradually learning to be. As Kratos and Atreus made their way back to their cabin, the lessons of the whispering anvil still resonating in their minds, the sky began to darken unnaturally. What had been a clear morning rapidly transformed into heavy clouds that rolled across the heavens with unnatural speed. "Father, look," Atreus said, pointing toward the northern horizon where flashes of lightning illuminated the gathering storm. "That doesn't seem natural." Kratos narrowed his eyes, studying the distinctive pattern of the lightning. "Too regular, too concentrated." "No," he agreed quietly. "It is not." The wind picked up suddenly, carrying with it a strange metallic scent and the faint echo of what sounded almost like a distant hammer strike. "Do you hear that?" Atreus asked, his hand unconsciously moving to the journal of smithing knowledge in his pack. Before Kratos could respond, a particularly bright flash split the sky, followed by thunder that shook the very ground beneath their feet. When the echo faded, they heard it clearly, a distinct rhythmic ringing, like a massive hammer striking an anvil of impossible size. It comes from the eastern mountains, Kratos observed, already adjusting their course toward this new mystery. What do you think it could be? Aetus asked, excitement overtaking his fatigue. Kratos' expression remained stoic, but his eyes reflected a wary recognition. I have heard such sounds only once before, he said, when Thor himself forged lightning from the sky. Atreus' eyes widened. The lost hammer of Mjolnir, he whispered. The forest had grown quiet as twilight descended, painting the ancient pines in hues of amber and gold. Kratos and Atreus moved silently through the underbrush, their footfalls cushioned by generations of fallen pine needles that carpeted the forest floor. They had been tracking a wounded deer since midday, following the sporadic trail of blood droplets that glistened like rubies against the earthen palette of the woods. But as daylight waned, Kratos had made the decision to abandon the hunt. Even the most skilled tracker could not follow blood trails in darkness, and there were other concerns that weighed more heavily on his mind than a single lost deer. We will make camp soon, Kratos announced, his deep voice barely rising above the whisper of wind through the towering pines. The deer has led us farther from our cabin than I intended. His eyes scanned the darkening forest with practiced vigilance, assessing their unfamiliar surroundings for potential threats and suitable shelter. Atreus nodded, hiding his disappointment. The boy had improved greatly as a hunter in recent months, and he had been eager to prove his tracking skills by recovering the wounded animal. Do you think we'll find it tomorrow, Father? He asked, already reconciling himself to the reality that the deer had likely found a secluded place to expire, its meat becoming a feast for scavengers rather than sustenance for their table. Asked. Perhaps, Kratos replied, though his tone suggested he considered the matter concluded. But these woods are vast, and we have strayed into territory unfamiliar to us. Tomorrow we return to known paths. They continued in silence for a time, the forest growing darker around them as the sun slipped behind the distant mountains. Atreus noticed his father's pace slowing, his attention drawn to something ahead that the boy could not yet perceive. Following Kratos' gaze, Atreus soon made out an unusual arrangement of stones through the trees. Too regular to be a natural formation, too weathered to be of recent construction. Look, Atreus said unnecessarily, as Kratos had already altered their course slightly to approach the stone arrangement. As they drew nearer, the formation resolved itself into a perfect circle of standing stones, each roughly the height of Kratos himself. Moss clung to their northern faces, and ancient runes, faded but still discernible, had been carved into their surfaces with deliberate care. The circle stood in a small clearing where the dense canopy of pine boughs opened to reveal a patch of darkening sky above. The last light of day filtered through this natural window, casting long shadows from the monoliths across the forest floor. Despite the approaching night, there was something inviting about the space. A sense of sanctuary that seemed to extend beyond mere physical shelter. What is this place? Atreus asked, his voice dropping instinctively to a whisper as they stepped into the circle's perimeter. The air felt different here, neither warmer nor cooler than the surrounding forest, but somehow more substantial, as if charged with subtle energy that raised the fine hairs on his arms. Kratos surveyed the stone circle with wary assessment, years of hard-won experience making him cautious of any unusual structure in these lands, so heavily influenced by divine forces. "A ritual site," he responded after completing his initial inspection. "Created by the Northmen, but long abandoned. For what purpose?" Atreus approached one of the standing stones, reaching out to trace the weathered runes with curious fingers. At his touch, something unexpected happened. A faint blue luminescence briefly outlined the carved symbols, before fading back to stone-grey stillness. Kratos had noticed the momentary glow, his hand moving instinctively toward the axe secured at his back, but no immediate threat materialized, and after a moment of tense vigilance, he allowed his posture to relax slightly. "Many such circles exist throughout these lands," he explained, moving deeper into the formation to examine its central area. Places where the Northmen believed the boundary between realms grew thin, allowing communion with their gods. As if responding to these words, a subtle change rippled through the clearing. The ambient sounds of the forest, the distant calls of birds settling for the night, the rustle of wind through pine needles, seemed to recede, replaced by a barely perceptible humming that vibrated at the threshold of hearing. Simultaneously, the gathering darkness appeared to deepen everywhere except within the stone circle itself, where a diffuse luminescence now emanated from the ground, bathing the ancient monoliths in gentle blue-white light. Atreus' eyes widened as he turned slowly in place, taking in the transformation. "Father," he breathed, wonder evident in his voice. "The stones are waking up." Indeed, the runes carved into each monolith had begun to glow with the same ethereal blue light that now illuminated the clearing. The effect created a perfect circle of luminous symbols that seemed to pulse gently, like a heartbeat measured in glacial time. The humming intensified slightly, still gentle but now unmistakably present, a single, sustained note that seemed to resonate within chest cavities rather than striking the ear directly. Kratos moved to stand beside his son, his expression characteristically stoic, though his senses remained on high alert. Something about this place tugged at distant memories, not personal experiences, but knowledge absorbed during their journey through these northern lands. "This is no ordinary ritual site," he concluded, his voice low but steady. "This circle was dedicated to Thor, the god of thunder?" Adrius' interest sharpened immediately. Though they had encountered many beings from Norse mythology during their travels, Thor remained a figure known only through stories and warnings, a powerful Aesir whose reputation inspired both awe and caution. "Yes." Kratos gestured toward the stone at the circle's northernmost point, where the carved runes formed a more complex pattern than those on the other monoliths. "These are thunder runes, and there," he indicated an area at the circle's center, where the ground appeared slightly depressed, forming a shallow basin in the earth. "That is where Mjolnir once rested. Thor's hammer?" Excitement colored Atreus' voice as he moved toward the central depression. "It was here? In this very place?" "Perhaps." Kratos followed his son with measured steps, vigilant for any sign that the site's awakening might herald danger. "Or this may have been a place of worship only, where the Northmen brought representations of the hammer to honor their god of thunder." The central basin had begun to accumulate this strange blue light, pooling like luminescent water in its shallow depression. As Atreus approached, tiny arcs of electricity, no larger than firefly glows but unmistakably similar to lightning in miniature, began to dance across the surface of this light pool. The humming sound modulated slightly, adding harmonics that made it almost musical in quality. "Be cautious, boy," Kratos warned, as Atreus reached toward the phenomenon with curious fingers. We do not know the nature of this magic, but Atreus, ever drawn to new knowledge, allowed his hand to hover just above the pool of light. The tiny lightning arcs responded to his proximity, reaching upward like curious serpents to dance harmlessly across his palm. Rather than pain, Atreus felt only a gentle tingling sensation, accompanied by an unexpected emotional response, a profound sense of both exhilaration and responsibility that washed through him with surprising intensity. "I can feel something, Father," he said, his voice hushed with wonder. Like echoes, memories maybe. Not mine, but..." He struggled to articulate the sensation. "It's as if the hammer left something of itself behind, its essence." Kratos watched closely, prepared to intervene should any sign of danger manifest, but seeing only wonder in his son's expression. After a moment's consideration, he knelt beside the basin, extending his own hand toward the luminous pool. The dancing electricity responded differently to him, becoming more agitated, the tiny arcs growing slightly larger and more erratic. The sensation that traveled up his arm was not the gentle tingling Atreus had described, but something sharper, almost challenging in nature. "It recognizes you as a god," Atreus observed with remarkable insight, "and it's uncertain." Kratos withdrew his hand, his expression thoughtful rather than concerned. "The essence of one god's power often reacts defensively to the presence of another," he explained, "particularly one from a different pantheon." The blue luminescence continued to gather in the central basin, its glow now strong enough to fully illuminate the stone circle and cast gentle light into the surrounding forest edges. The miniature lightning arcs had stabilized into a regular pattern, pulsing in rhythm with the humming tone that permeated the clearing. Together, these phenomena created an atmosphere of expectant calm, as if the site had awakened to fulfill its purpose, but now waited for some specific trigger or participation. "Father," Atreus said after observing these developments for several moments, "I think it wants to show us something." "What makes you believe this?" Kratos asked, neither dismissing the possibility nor immediately accepting it. Atreus considered the question seriously, as his father had taught him to examine his intuitions rather than simply surrendering to them. "The way the light gathers, but doesn't grow beyond a certain intensity. The rhythm in the sound and the lightning. It feels deliberate, like when someone is trying to get your attention without speaking directly." Kratos weighed this assessment, finding wisdom in his son's observation. Though ever cautious of divine manipulations, he had also learned that not all supernatural manifestations carried malicious intent. Some were simply echoes of past events, imprints left on locations where significant power had once been concentrated. "Very well," he decided, settling into a cross-legged position beside the glowing basin. "We will observe what it wishes to show, but remain vigilant and withdraw immediately if anything changes suddenly." Atreus nodded eagerly, mirroring his father's posture on the opposite side of the light pool. The tiny lightning arcs seemed to respond to their acceptance, organizing themselves into more complex patterns that resembled writing. Not runes exactly, but similar in concept. symbols forming and dissolving in the luminous surface like words written in quickly evaporating dew. As they watched this cryptic display, the humming tone deepened, resonating in their bones with increasing intensity, though never becoming uncomfortable. The air around them grew charged with subtle electricity that made their skin tingle and caused Atreus's hair to stand slightly on end. The boy smiled at the sensation, but Kratos maintained his watchful gravity, prepared to end their observation at the first sign of genuine threat. Then, as the luminescence reached some critical threshold, a new phenomenon manifested above the basin. The blue light gathered upward, consolidating into a cylindrical form that hovered a few feet above the ground. Slowly, this column of light resolved itself into a surprisingly detailed representation of Mjolnir. Not solid but clearly recognizable, rendered in glowing blue energy that pulsed with internal lightning. The hammer, Atreus breathed, awe evident in his voice. It's beautiful. Indeed, the representation possessed unexpected beauty, not the brutal functionality one might expect from a weapon of legend, but something more refined. The hammer's head featured intricate knotwork patterns that flowed across its surfaces like living things, while the handle appeared wrapped in material that suggested leather bindings, worn smooth by centuries of use. The entire construction balanced power with artistry in a way that spoke to both its divine origin and its practical purpose. This is how it appeared to those who worshipped here, Kratos observed, his deep voice barely carrying above the resonant humming that filled the clearing. Not necessarily its true form, but the ideal they held in their minds and hearts. As if responding to this observation, the luminous hammer began to rotate slowly, displaying its form from all angles while the humming tone modulated into something more complex, almost melodic now, like a wordless song that conveyed emotions beyond language. The tiny lightning arcs danced more vigorously across the basin's surface, occasionally reaching upward to connect momentarily with the hovering representation. It doesn't feel threatening, Atreus noted, relaxing slightly as the display continued. More like remembering. Like this place is remembering the hammer and wanting others to remember it too. Kratos nodded once, acknowledging the insight. Though he maintained his vigilance, he too had begun to perceive the manifestation as memorial rather than active magic. A record preserved in the very essence of this place rather than a current working of divine power. Many such sites exist throughout the realms, he explained. Places where significant events or powerful artifacts have left imprints that persist long after their physical presence has ended. The luminous hammer continued its slow rotation above the basin, occasionally altering its form slightly, growing larger or smaller, its details shifting subtly, as if showing different periods in its existence, or various perceptions of its nature. Throughout these transformations, the essential character of Mjolnir remained consistent, a weapon of immense power, yet one crafted with unexpected sophistication and balance. As darkness fully claimed the forest beyond the stone circle, the illumination provided by the phenomenon became their only source of light. Stars appeared overhead, visible through the opening in the forest canopy, their distant light seeming to respond to the energies being manifested below. Occasionally, points of light would streak across the night sky, shooting stars that coincided with particularly intense pulses from the representation of Mjolnir. The hammer was connected to the sky, Atreus observed, noting this correlation, to storms and lightning, but also to the stars themselves. The Northmen believed Thor's domain extended throughout the upper realms, Kratos confirmed. That thunder was his voice, and lightning his weapon, but also that certain celestial lights revealed his presence or passage. As they spoke, the humming tone shifted again, developing subtle variations that began to resemble words, not clearly audible but somehow comprehensible nonetheless, impressions forming directly in the mind, rather than being heard by the ear. These wordless communications carried fragments of emotion and memory, the exhilaration of wielding immense power, the weight of responsibility that accompanied it, the loneliness of divine existence, the connection between wielder and weapon that transcended mere ownership. I can feel thoughts, Adrius said hesitantly, looking to his father for confirmation. Not exactly words, but meanings, like someone trying to explain something without speaking. Kratos nodded, experiencing similar impressions, though perceiving them differently through the lens of his own divine experience. The essence of the hammer, perhaps, or memories of those who wielded it. His expression remained stoic, but something in his eyes suggested deeper understanding of the complex relationship between godly beings and the weapons that often came to symbolize them. The luminous hammer had stabilized its transformations now, settling into what appeared to be its most iconic form, perfectly balanced between ceremonial symbolism and lethal functionality. The knotwork patterns across its surfaces had resolved into specific designs: protection, strength, return, and binding among them. These symbols pulsed in sequence, creating a visual rhythm that matched the modulating hum that continued to permeate the clearing. As they observed this display, Atreus noticed his father's attention had shifted slightly, not away from the phenomenon, but somehow beyond it, as if seeing past the specific manifestation to some broader significance. "What are you thinking, father?" he asked, recognizing the subtle signs of Kratos' deeper contemplation. Kratos was silent for a moment, gathering his thoughts before responding. "I am thinking of the nature of such weapons," he finally said, his deep voice resonating with the humming tone in unexpected harmony. "How they come to represent their wielders in the minds of mortals, sometimes eclipsing the gods themselves. Like Thor and Mjolnir," Atreus nodded, understanding. "People sometimes speak of the hammer as if it had its own will. Many divine weapons develop aspects of consciousness after prolonged contact with their wielders," Kratos confirmed. "They absorb something of the god's essence, carrying it within their substance. This is partly why such weapons cannot typically be used by mortals. The divine energy would overwhelm them." The luminous hammer seemed to respond to this discussion, its glow intensifying briefly, while the dancing lightning arcs became more active, reaching higher above the basin in elegant, branching patterns. The wordless impressions flowing from the phenomenon shifted focus, now conveying something about limitation and worthiness, concepts related to who could or should wield such power. "The stories say only Thor could lift Mjolnir," Atreus recalled, connecting these impressions to knowledge gained from his mother's teachings and their subsequent travels. "That it was too heavy for anyone else, even other gods. Not heavy in the way mortals understand weight," Kratos clarified, "but heavy with purpose and responsibility. The hammer chose who could wield it, based on qualities beyond mere physical strength." Something in his tone suggested personal understanding of such magical affinities, though he did not elaborate further. As night deepened around their illuminated sanctuary, the forest had grown completely silent. Not with the oppressive stillness that often preceded danger, but with a respectful quiet, as if the natural world itself paid homage to the memory being honored within the stone circle. Occasionally, soft breezes would stir the pine boughs overhead, sending shadows dancing across the ancient monoliths. But these brief movements only emphasized the profound peace that had settled over the clearing. Atreus found himself relaxing into this tranquil atmosphere, his initial excitement about the discovery gradually transforming into contemplative appreciation. The blue light bathed everything in gentle radiance that soothed rather than stimulated, while the harmonic humming seemed to synchronize with his heartbeat, encouraging deeper, more measured breathing. "It feels good here," he observed quietly. "Peaceful. Not what I would have expected from a place dedicated to the god of thunder." "There are many aspects to storm and thunder," Kratos responded, his own posture indicating a rare moment of relative ease despite their unfamiliar surroundings. "The violence of lightning often overshadows the nourishing rain that accompanies it, or the clarity of air that follows. Those who truly understood Thor's nature would have recognized these balanced elements." The luminous representation of Mjolnir shifted slightly, as if acknowledging this insight. The patterns flowing across its surface reconfigured to emphasize different symbols, those representing growth, renewal, and protection now predominating over those suggesting destructive force. The humming tone adjusted accordingly, its harmonics becoming more complex, yet somehow more soothing. The hammer protected as well as destroyed, Atreus realized, watching these transformations with growing understanding. It wasn't just a weapon for war. Few divine implements serve only a single purpose, Kratos confirmed, though mortals often remember only their most dramatic uses, particularly those involving conflict or destruction. As he spoke, the wordless impressions flowing from the phenomenon seemed to expand on this theme, conveying fragmented memories of the hammer being used to bless fields for fertile growth, to drive away harmful spirits from Norseman villages, to heal certain afflictions through carefully controlled lightning, and to sanctify important transitions in human lives from birth through death. These gentler applications had been largely forgotten in tales that emphasized Mjolnir's role in Thor's battles against giants and monsters. "There's so much more to it than the stories tell," Atreus said, fascinated by these revelations. "Mother taught me about Thor's strength and his fights with the Jotnard, but not about these other uses of the hammer. History is shaped by those who record it," Kratos observed, "and mortals are often more interested in tales of violence and conquest than in quieter acts of protection and nurturing." Something in his tone suggested he understood how his own history had similarly been reduced to its most violent aspects, the complexities of his existence stripped away in the telling and retelling of his deed. The luminous hammer continued its slow rotation above the basin, occasionally emitting soft pulses of more intense light that corresponded with particular harmonics in the humming tone. These synchronizations created moments of heightened clarity in the wordless communication, allowing glimpses of what might have been. Memories from the hammer itself, fractured impressions of ceremonies conducted in this very circle, of weather patterns shaped and guided by Mjolnir's influence, of bonds formed between the divine implement and those who honored it through ritual and sacrifice. "I think this place wasn't just for worship," Atreus said after absorbing these impressions. "I think Thor actually came here sometimes, left the hammer here maybe, to maintain some connection with his followers, even when he couldn't be present himself." Kratos considered this theory, finding it consistent with what they had learned of divine behavior in these northern realms. The Aesir were more directly involved with their worshippers than some gods of other pantheons, he acknowledged. Leaving tokens of their power in sacred sites would align with such practices. As night deepened toward its middle hours, they had nearly forgotten their original intention to make camp. The stone circle provided unexpected sanctuary, its gentle illumination keeping darkness at bay, its harmonic resonance creating a sense of security that even Kratos' wary nature could not entirely discount. Though he maintained regular vigilance, scanning their surroundings for any sign of threat, he had allowed himself to settle more comfortably beside the glowing basin, his massive frame relaxing incrementally as the peaceful hours passed. Atreus, however, had grown increasingly thoughtful, his initial wonder at their discovery evolving into deeper contemplation. "Father," he said eventually, his young voice earnest in the gentle blue light, "do you think power always changes those who hold it?" Kratos turned his full attention to his son, recognizing the significant nature of such a question. "Power reveals what already exists within," he answered after careful consideration. "It does not create corruption or wisdom, but amplifies what seeds were already planted in the bearer's nature." And Thor, what kind of person was he, to wield something like Mjolnir? The luminous hammer seemed to pulse more intensely at the direct mention of its master, the dancing lightning arcs growing momentarily more active before settling back into their regular patterns. The wordless impressions flowing from the phenomenon carried complex, sometimes contradictory emotional currents. Pride and shame, joy and sorrow, confidence and doubt, all intermingled, suggesting a being of passionate complexity rather than simple heroism or villainy. Thor is, Kratos corrected himself, acknowledging the continued existence of the Aesir god. A warrior god, with all the strengths and flaws such beings typically possess, capable of both great valor and terrible rage. Protective of those he considers under his care, merciless to those he names enemy. His tone remained neutral, neither condemning nor glorifying these traits that he recognized from his own divine experience. "Do you think he was worthy of the hammer?" Atreides pressed, watching his father's expression carefully. "Truly worthy, I mean. Not just strong enough to lift it." Kratos met his son's gaze, recognizing the deeper implications of the question, how it related not just to Thor and Mjolnir, but to their own journey and the burdens of divine heritage that Atreus was still coming to understand. "Worthiness is not a fixed state," he replied eventually. "It must be continuously earned through choice and action. Even gods may grow worthy or unworthy of their power, depending on how they choose to use it." The luminous hammer pulsed in what almost seemed like affirmation, its blue glow briefly intensifying, while the harmonic humming resolved into a clearer chord before returning to its previous modulations. The wordless impressions suggested something about evolution and change, how the relationship between hammer and wielder had transformed over centuries, each influencing the other in subtle ways that accumulated into significant shifts over time. "I think," Atreus said slowly, processing these impressions, "that the hammer itself changed over time, that it wasn't always the same weapon, but grew and learned, just like a person might." He looked to his father for confirmation or correction of this insight. Kratos nodded once, acknowledging the perception. Divine weapons with aspects of consciousness can indeed evolve, particularly over the span of centuries. They develop preferences, tendencies, sometimes even something resembling wisdom. He glanced at the Leviathan axe secured at his back, his expression suggesting he spoke from direct experience rather than mere theory. As if responding to this acknowledgement, the representation of Mjolnir shifted form once more, not dramatically, but subtly, its proportions adjusting slightly, while the patterns flowing across its surface reconfigured into arrangements suggesting maturation and refinement. The hammer now appeared somehow both more elegant and more formidable, as if it had grown into a more perfect version of itself through long experience. Would it still exist somewhere? Beatrice asked, watching these transformations with fascination. Even if something happened to him? Divine weapons of such significance rarely cease to exist entirely, Kratos confirmed. They may be transformed, hidden, or bound in various ways, but their essence persists, particularly when they have been the focus of worship and sacrifice for generations. The wordless impressions flowing from the phenomenon seemed to support this assessment, conveying something about endurance and persistence. How aspects of the hammer's power had been dispersed throughout these northern lands, embedded in sacred sites like this stone circle, dormant but not destroyed, diminished but not eliminated. The tiny lightning arcs danced more vigorously across the basin's surface, occasionally forming patterns that resembled maps or pathways before dissolving back into more random movements. It's out there somewhere, Atrio concluded with certainty. Maybe not in the same form, but its essence still exists in the world. Kratos neither confirmed nor denied this conclusion, his expression thoughtful as he studied the luminous representation hovering above the basin. If so, it would be wisest to leave it undisturbed, he said eventually. Some powers are better honored from a distance than sought for possession. This gentle warning carried the weight of hard-won wisdom, and Atreus recognized it as such. Though curiosity remained bright in his eyes, he nodded his understanding, tempering excitement with the caution his father had been trying to instill throughout their journey together. I don't want to possess it, he clarified. I just find it interesting, how something could leave such a strong impression on a place that it's still visible centuries later. The most significant powers always leave such traces, Kratos observed. In places, in people, in the very fabric of the realms themselves. This is why wisdom dictates careful consideration before unleashing any force of considerable magnitude. As he spoke, the humming tone that filled the clearing modulated into something that almost resembled approval, a harmonic resolution that suggested satisfaction with this exchange of insights. The luminous hammer's rotation slowed gradually until it hovered motionless above the basin, its form now perfectly balanced between ceremonial beauty and practical function, neither aspect dominating the other. The night had grown deep around them, stars wheeling slowly overhead in the patch of sky visible through the forest canopy. Occasionally, nocturnal creatures would call from the distant darkness, owls hooting softly, or wolves howling at the quarter moon that had risen above the eastern horizon. These natural sounds blended harmoniously with the resonant humming that continued to emanate from the stone circle, creating an unexpected symphony that celebrated both earthly reality and divine mystery. Adreus suppressed a yawn, the peaceful atmosphere and late hour finally overcoming his excitement at their discovery. Kratos noticed immediately, practical paternal concerns asserting themselves despite the extraordinary circumstances. You should rest, he stated simply. It is late, and tomorrow's journey requires strength. The boy nodded reluctantly, his eyelids indeed growing heavy despite his continued fascination with the phenomenon. "Can we stay here?" he asked, glancing around the illuminated stone circle. "It feels..." Kratos considered the request, weighing potential risks against practical benefits. After a moment's assessment, he nodded agreement. The circle provides adequate shelter, and its awakened state may actually deter certain threats from approaching. He moved to retrieve their sleeping furs from his pack, which had been set aside when they first entered the stone arrangement. As they prepared a simple camp within the circle's perimeter, the luminous hammer remained hovering above the central basin, its gentle blue glow providing perfect illumination for their tasks without harshness or glare. The harmonic humming continued as well, now modulated into a rhythm that seemed almost deliberately soothing, rising and falling in patterns that encouraged deep, restful breathing. "It's helping us," Adrius observed as he spread his sleeping fur near the basin, "making it peaceful for sleep." "Perhaps," Kratos acknowledged, arranging his own bedding on the opposite side of the light pool, positioning himself between his son and the circle's entrance out of habitual protective instinct. Or perhaps this was always one of its functions, to provide sanctuary for weary travelers who honored it appropriately. Once their simple camp was established, Atreus settled onto his sleeping fur, arranging himself so that he could continue watching the luminous hammer as he drifted towards sleep. The gentle blue light bathed his young face, softening its features and emphasizing the peaceful innocence that sometimes became obscured by the hardships of their journey. "Father," he said quietly, his voice already growing drowsy, "do you think we'll ever find a weapon like Mjolnir? Something that perfectly matches who we are?" Kratos, seated on his own bedding with his back straight and his senses still alert despite the tranquil atmosphere, considered the question with characteristic thoroughness. "A weapon does not define its wielder," he answered eventually, "nor should a wielder be defined by their weapon. The best pairings grow together over time, each shaping the other through use and experience." He glanced briefly at the Leviathan axe secured within arm's reach, its metal surfaces occasionally reflecting flickers of blue light from the hovering phenomenon. "Your bow is crafted by your mother with specific intention," he continued. "It already carries aspects of both her nature and yours. With time and proper use, it may develop into exactly the implement you require." Atreus nodded sleepily, his eyelids growing heavier as the harmonic humming seemed to synchronize with his slowing heartbeat. "I think that's better anyway," he murmured, "growing into something instead of just finding it ready-made. More real." "Yes," Kratos agreed simply, a rare note of gentle pride entering his voice. "More real." As Atreus finally surrendered to sleep, his breathing deepening into regular rhythm, the luminous hammer shifted position slightly, rotating so that its softest illumination fell across the boy's sleeping form, while its face remained turned toward Kratos. In what almost seemed like watchful assessment, the wordless impressions flowing from the phenomenon carried what might have been approval, recognition of the careful balance being maintained between father and son, teacher and student, past and future. Kratos met this silent evaluation with characteristic stoicism, neither seeking approval nor rejecting it. He understood, perhaps better than most, the complex responsibilities of wielding great power while guiding one who would one day hold power of their own. The weight of such duty was familiar to him, sometimes crushing in its magnitude, yet necessary to bear if wisdom was to be passed from one generation to the next. The hours of deep night passed in peaceful silence, broken only by the soft harmonic humming that continued to permeate the stone circle, and Adrius's gentle breathing as he slept, undisturbed by dreams or concerns. Kravis maintained his vigilance throughout, though even he allowed himself periods of light meditation. Not true sleep, but a restful state that preserved awareness while permitting necessary recovery. During these quieter hours, the luminous hammer occasionally shifted form again, cycling through variations that might have represented different periods in its existence, or perhaps different perspectives from which it had been viewed throughout its long history. Sometimes it appeared more ceremonial, its surfaces elaborately decorated with symbols of sky and storm. At other times more functional, its lines clean and efficient, with focus on lethal purpose. Occasionally almost humble, worn by use and time, yet dignified in its seasoned practicality. These transformations occurred slowly, each form holding steady for perhaps an hour, before gradually transitioning to the next, creating a visual chronicle that Kratos observed with thoughtful attention during his periods of wakefulness. The wordless impressions accompanying these changes conveyed fragments of Thor's journey with the hammer, moments of triumph and failure, growth and regression, wisdom gained and sometimes forgotten again, in cycles that spanned centuries. As the deepest part of night gave way to the first subtle hints of approaching dawn, the luminous hammer returned to what appeared to be its most balanced form, neither predominantly ceremonial nor exclusively functional, but a perfect integration of both aspects. The harmonic humming likewise stabilized into its most harmonious configuration, the multiple tones resolving into chords that suggested completion and wholeness. Kratos, perceiving these changes, understood that the phenomenon was preparing to conclude, that the window of communion opened by their arrival at twilight would soon close with the return of daylight. He found himself experiencing unexpected appreciation for the peaceful interlude provided by this ancient site. Though ever wary of divine influences, he recognized that not all such encounters carried malevolent intent or destructive consequence. The first pale light of pre-dawn began to filter through the eastern edges of the forest canopy, bringing gradual definition to the world beyond the stone circle. With these initial intrusions of natural illumination, the blue glow emanating from the central basin began to dim proportionally, not extinguished but receding, preparing to return to dormancy as the normal cycle of day reasserted itself. Sensing these changes, Kratos moved to wake his son with gentle persistence. "Atreus," he called softly, then more firmly when the boy showed reluctance to leave the profound rest he had found within the circle's influence. "The day approaches. We must prepare to continue our journey." Atreus finally stirred, blinking away sleep as he oriented himself to their surroundings. His gaze immediately sought the luminous hammer, finding it still hovering above the basin, though noticeably dimmer than it had been during the night's deepest hours. "It's fading," he observed, disappointment evident in his voice despite his effort to accept this natural conclusion. "Returning to rest," Kratos corrected, already gathering their simple bedding with efficient movements. As all things must cycle between activity and dormancy to maintain proper balance. As if confirming this assessment, the harmonic humming began to diminish in both volume and complexity, the multiple tones gradually resolving toward a single sustained note that grew progressively fainter. The dancing lightning arcs across the basin's surface became less frequent and less vigorous, though occasional flickers still manifested at irregular intervals. "Will it come back?" Atreus asked, reluctantly preparing for departure as he followed his father's example in gathering their few possessions If we returned at twilight again, perhaps, Kratos allowed, neither encouraging nor discouraging such speculation. Though such sites often require specific conditions beyond mere time of day to achieve full awakening. We were fortunate to witness this manifestation. The luminous hammer had begun to lose definition now, its once sharp edges growing softer as its glow continued to fade with the strengthening dawn. The wordless impressions flowing from the phenomenon had similarly diminished, though what remained carried sentiments that might have been farewells, or perhaps promises of future communion under appropriate circumstances. As they completed their preparations for departure, securing packs and checking weapons with practiced efficiency, Adrius approached the central basin one final time. The blue light had receded considerably, now just a gentle glow emanating from the shallow depression, with only occasional feeble lightning arcs dancing across its surface. "Thank you," the boy said simply, addressing the fading phenomenon directly, "for showing us your memories, for letting us rest here safely." Kratos observed this interaction without comment, neither encouraging nor discouraging his son's display of gratitude. Though he maintained healthy skepticism regarding divine manifestations, he had learnt to respect his son's more open approach to such encounters, recognizing that different paths might lead to similar wisdom. In response to Atreus's words, the fading hammer briefly pulsed with slightly stronger illumination, not returning to its full intensity, but acknowledging the communication in its own wordless way. A final harmonic sequence emanated from the phenomenon, carrying impressions of approval and what might have been blessing or protection extended toward their ongoing journey. Then, as the first direct rays of sunrise breached the eastern edge of the forest canopy, the luminous representation of Mjolnir dissolved completely, its blue light dispersing into the morning air like mist evaporating under growing warmth. The central basin returned to simple earth, though careful observation might have detected subtle differences in its composition. A faint darkening of the soil, as if recently exposed to intense heat, and occasional glimmers of what looked like metal dust mixed into its substance. The harmonic humming faded to silence, replaced by the natural morning sounds of the forest. Birds greeting the new day with varied calls, small animals rustling through underbrush, wind stirring pine boughs overhead. The stone circle remained, its monoliths now illuminated by normal daylight rather than supernatural glow, yet still impressive in their ancient, weathered dignity. "It is time to depart," Kratos stated simply, securing his axe across his back and adjusting his pack for optimal weight distribution. Though his tone remained practical, something in his posture suggested respect for what they had witnessed, a subtle acknowledgement that their night in the stone circle had provided more than mere physical shelter. Adrius nodded, falling into step beside his father as they prepared to leave the circle. As they crossed its perimeter, returning to the surrounding forest, the boy glanced back one final time at the central basin where the luminous hammer had manifested. Though no visible evidence of the phenomenon remained, he could still feel subtle residual energy, not active but present nonetheless, like the lingering warmth of a banked fire still detectable hours after flames have subsided. "We learned something important here, didn't we?" he asked, as they began to navigate through the morning forest, their path angling toward more familiar territories that would eventually lead them home. Something about power and how to carry it. Kratos considered this assessment, finding truth in his son's perception despite its simplicity. The most valuable lessons often come not from instruction, but from observation, he acknowledged. Seeing how others have carried their burdens can help us better understand our own. They continued in companionable silence for a time, the forest growing more active around them as daylight strengthened. The events of the night settled into memory, extraordinary but not disruptive to their ongoing journey, a pause for reflection rather than a deviation from their path. Yet both carried something new from the experience, perspectives slightly shifted by their communion with the echoes of Mjolnir's presence. For Atreus, it was deeper understanding of how power might be balanced, how strength need not dominate wisdom, how protection could coexist with destruction in the same implement if wielded with proper intention. For Kratos, it was subtle reinforcement of principles he had been attempting to instill in his son, the responsibilities that accompanied ability, the importance of restraint, the continuous nature of worthiness that required renewal through daily choice and action. "Father," Atreus said eventually, breaking their comfortable silence as a new thought occurred to him. The hammer wasn't lost, was it? Not really. It just changed form, spread itself out somehow, becoming part of everything around it instead of staying separate. Kratos glanced at his son, noting the insightfulness of this observation. "Perhaps," he allowed, "some powers cannot be fully contained, only channeled or directed. When their original vassals are no longer suitable, they may seek new forms of expression." The morning sun filtered through the forest canopy in dappled patterns that shifted with every breeze, creating an effect not entirely unlike the dancing lights they had witnessed during the night. Though natural rather than supernatural in origin, birds called from the branches overhead, their voices forming harmonies that echoed the more cosmic resonances that had filled the stone circle, simpler but no less beautiful in their ordinary perfection. "I think that's what happens to all great powers eventually," Atreus concluded, stepping carefully over a fallen log across their path. "They don't really disappear. They just become part of everything else, waiting for the right moment to come together again when they're needed." Kratos made no direct response to this philosophical observation, but something in his expression suggested agreement, or at least acknowledgement of its potential wisdom. As they continued their journey homeward through the awakening forest, the stone circle and its luminous visitor receded into memory, becoming part of the accumulating experiences that shaped their understanding of the complex world they inhabited. Yet something of that peaceful night remained with them, a quiet resonance that hummed beneath conscious thought, a gentle reminder that even the mightiest forces could manifest through tranquility as well as through storm, through memory as well as through action. The lost hammer of Mjolnir had not been found in physical form, but perhaps something of its essence had been recovered nonetheless, not to be possessed or wielded, but to be understood and honored in its proper place within the greater patterns of existence. And in this understanding, father and son continued their own journey, separate from, yet connected to, the ancient powers that had shaped these lands, learning from their echoes while forging their own path forward, carrying the weight of their unique responsibilities with growing wisdom, born of both experience and reflection. The forest embraced them with morning light, the new day unfolding with possibilities as yet unwritten, awaiting the choices that would transform potential into reality, one step at a time. As Kratos and Atreus continued their journey homeward, the gentle forest sounds gradually shifted, the birds' morning songs fading into the background as a new, distant rhythm emerged. At first, it seemed like merely the pulse of their own footsteps on the forest floor, but soon it revealed itself as something more deliberate, a steady, rhythmic tapping that carried through the earth beneath their feet. "Do you hear that, Father?" Atreus asked, pausing mid-step to better sense the peculiar vibration. Kratos nodded once, his head tilting slightly as he assessed the sound. "It comes from beneath us, deep within the earth." The tapping grew more distinct as they altered their course, following not the path to their cabin, but the mysterious rhythm that called to them with surprising clarity. The forest began to change around them, the tall pines giving way to more ancient, gnarled trees whose roots twisted above the ground in complex patterns, revealing occasional glimpses of stone beneath the forest soil. "It sounds like hammers," Atreus suggested, his pace quickening with curiosity. "Yes," Kratos confirmed. "Many hammers, working in unison." As they descended a gentle slope, the trees parted to reveal a cliff face partially hidden by hanging vines and moss. Behind this natural curtain, barely visible in the morning light, was the dark opening of what appeared to be a cave entrance. The rhythmic tapping emanated from within, now accompanied by faint echoes of something else. A deep, melodious humming that rose and fell in patterns that seemed almost like words. "Dwarven miners," Atreus whispered with sudden recognition, his eyes widening with wonder. "Mother told me stories about them, how they sing to the stones as they work, coaxing the metals to reveal themselves." Kratos approached the cave entrance with characteristic caution, assessing for any sign of danger before proceeding further. Finding none, he gestured for Atreus to follow as they stepped through the hanging vines toward the source of the mysterious song. The dwarves rarely welcome visitors to their mining operations, he warned quietly, though his tone suggested curiosity rather than alarm. "We will observe, but not disturb." The cave opening led to a narrow tunnel that descended at a gentle angle into the earth. As they carefully made their way deeper, the air grew warmer and took on a distinct mineral scent. Stone dust, metal ore, and the faint tang of forge fire. The rhythmic tapping grew louder, now clearly recognizable as hammers striking stone in coordinated patterns, while the humming resolved into actual voices. Deep, resonant tones singing words in an ancient dwarven dialect. The tunnel widened suddenly, opening onto a narrow ledge overlooking a vast underground cavern. Kratos and Atreus paused in the shadows, their presence still undetected, as they beheld the remarkable scene below. The late autumn air carried a sharp chill as Kratos and Atreus made their way along a narrow mountain path, their footsteps crunching on the thin layer of frost that had formed overnight. They had been tracking a herd of deer for most of the morning, following prints in the soft earth that led them higher into the peaks than they typically ventured. The hunt had taken them through winding valleys and across rocky plateaus, the terrain growing increasingly unfamiliar as they climbed. "Father, look," Adrian said, pointing to a small opening in the mountainside ahead, partially concealed by overgrown vines and fallen rocks. "There's something there." Kratos narrowed his eyes, studying the dark crevice with cautious interest. "It appears to be an entrance of some kind." Drawing closer, they found what was unmistakably a carved archway, its stonework weathered by centuries of exposure, but still bearing intricate patterns that wound like serpents across its surface. Dwarven runes, faded but legible, had been chiseled into the keystone. "Can you read it?" Kratos asked. Knowing his son's proficiency with languages far exceeded his own, Atreus ran his fingers over the ancient lettering, brow furrowed in concentration. It says, Nidavalia's Reach, and something about the Song of the Mountain. He looked up at his father with curiosity brightening his eyes. I think it's an old dwarven mining colony. Kratos grunted non-committally, but his gaze lingered on the entrance. Their hunt had yielded nothing thus far, and daylight would remain for several hours yet. We will explore briefly, he decided. Stay close. The boy nodded eagerly, already slipping his bow from his shoulder to free his hands for what lay ahead. Together they approached the entrance, Kratos pushing aside the tangled vines to reveal a passage that descended steeply into darkness. The air that greeted them from within carried an unusual warmth, accompanied by a scent of earth, minerals, and something else. Metallic, yet strangely sweet. More surprising was the sound, a distant rhythmic tapping that echoed up from the depths, almost like the steady beat of a heart within the mountain itself. Do you hear that? Atreus whispered, his voice hushed with wonder. Kratos nodded, his hand instinctively moving to the Leviathan axe secured at his side. Something dwells within. They ventured forward, their eyes adjusting gradually to the dimness. The passage widened after several yards, opening into a roughly hewn chamber supported by thick wooden beams darkened with age. Ancient lanterns hung from iron hooks embedded in the walls, their crystal reservoirs empty of the magical fuel that once illuminated these depths. Wait, Kratos said, reaching into his pack to retrieve a small bundle of pine knots soaked in resin. With practiced efficiency, he struck a spark and lit one, creating a torch that cast flickering orange light throughout the chamber. In this new illumination, the craftsmanship of the dwarven miners revealed itself more clearly. The walls bore tool marks from countless hours of careful excavation, and veins of various minerals, copper, iron, and occasional glints of something more precious, ran through the stone like frozen rivers. Small niches had been carved at regular intervals, each containing what appeared to be offerings, tiny hammers, miniature anvils, and other symbols of the dwarven craft. These are shrines, Atreus observed, examining one of the niches. Mother told me about them. Dwarven miners would leave offerings to earth spirits, asking for protection and guidance to rich veins. As they progressed deeper, the rhythmic tapping grew more distinct, now accompanied by what seemed to be voices. Faint, indistinct, yet undeniably present. The sound carried a melody that rose and fell like waves, sometimes building to a crescendo before fading again to barely perceptible whispers. It sounds like singing, Atreus said, tilting his head as if to better capture the elusive notes. The tunnel branched repeatedly, creating a complex network that might have been disorienting if not for the consistent sound drawing them forward. Kratos marked their path with small notches in the wooden support beams, ensuring they could find their way back, regardless of what they discovered ahead. After perhaps 20 minutes of careful navigation, they emerged into a vast cavern that drew involuntary sounds of amazement from both travelers. The chamber stretched upward into darkness, its ceiling lost beyond the reach of their torchlight. Massive crystal formations jutted from the walls and floor, catching and refracting their light into countless rainbow patterns that danced across the rough stone surfaces. Most striking, however, were the dwarven structures built throughout the space. Wooden platforms connected by bridges created a three-dimensional network throughout the cavern. Minecarts on rusted tracks, some still laden with ore, stood frozen in time, as if their operators had simply stepped away momentarily. tools, pickaxes, hammers, chisels, lay scattered across workbenches and beside partially completed excavations, and everywhere there were signs of music. Crude drums fashioned from hollow logs and stretched leather, wind instruments carved from bone and horn, metal plates of various sizes suspended from frames designed to be struck like bells, an entire orchestra of mining implements repurposed as musical instruments. "This is incredible," Atreus breathed, his eyes wide as he took in the abandoned workshop. "It's like they just disappeared." The rhythmic tapping they had followed echoed more clearly here, reverberating off the cavern walls in complex patterns. Now they could detect distinct layers to the sound. The lower, steady beat like a drum, overlaid with higher, sharper tones that mimicked the cadence of speech or song. The sounds, they're coming from the crystals, Atreides realized, approaching one of the larger formations that pulsed with subtle light in time with the rhythm. He reached out tentatively, his fingers hovering just above the smooth surface. "Careful, boy," Kratos warned, but his son had already made contact. A soft hum immediately filled the air around them, and the crystal's glow intensified. The rhythm they had been following suddenly clarified, as if someone had removed a thick cloth from over a speaker. What had been indistinct now resolved into a clear pattern, the unmistakable sounds of mining, pickaxes striking stone, the grind of drills, the distant crack of supporting timbers being positioned. But beneath these practical sounds lay something else. Voices, dozens of them, singing in the ancient dwarven tongue. The melody was simple but haunting, rising and falling like the breathing of the mountain itself. Atreus closed his eyes, his expression one of deep concentration. "They're singing about the earth," he translated slowly, "about listening to the stone, following the song of the minerals." He opened his eyes, excitement clear on his face. "Father, I think this is how they found where to dig. They weren't just mining randomly, they were following the music of the earth itself." Kratos approached another crystal, this one embedded in the wall beside what appeared to be a particularly rich vein of silver. With characteristic caution, he placed his palm against its cool surface. Immediately, a different melody emerged, similar in structure to what Atreides had activated, but distinct in its specific patterns. This song carried a triumphant quality, celebratory, rather than searching. "The songs are different," he observed, withdrawing his hand as the melody faded. "I think each crystal holds different memories," Atreides suggested, moving deeper into the cavern, where the formations grew more numerous and varied in size, like echoes of what happened here. They continued their exploration, discovering that each crystal they touched revealed another fragment of the dwarven miner's experience. Some played sounds of intense activity, multiple voices calling instructions over the clang of tools and the rumble of minecarts. Others held quieter moments, solitary humming as a craftsman worked, or the soft rhythmic breathing of sleepers in a rest period. In a small alcove off the main chamber, they found what appeared to be a gathering space. Rough-hewn benches encircled a central fire pit, now cold and filled with ash. Above hung a massive crystal formation unlike the others. Not a single piece, but a complex chandelier of intergrown shards, each catching and reflecting light differently. When Atreus touched one of the lower crystals, a chorus of voices filled the space. Dozens of dwarves singing in harmony, their deep voices resonating with such presence that it seemed the singers might materialize at any moment. The song was complex, with multiple overlapping parts that created rich harmonies and counter-melodies. "It's beautiful," Atrian whispered, reluctant to speak louder for fear of disrupting the ethereal performance. Even Kratos stood in uncharacteristic stillness, his stoic features softened slightly by what might, in another man, have been recognized as appreciation. The music carried no obvious magic, no enchantment designed to manipulate or control, yet its effect was undeniable, creating an atmosphere of reverent calm throughout the chamber. As they listened, Atreus began to translate fragments of the lyrics, his voice barely audible beneath the dwarven chorus. "The mountain breathes, its heart beats in stone. We who listen learn its secrets. The awe sings to those with ears to hear." The song continued for perhaps 5 minutes, before gradually fading, leaving behind a silence that felt strangely emptier for its absence. Atreus turned to his father, eyes bright with the joy of discovery. They weren't just mining, father. They were communicating with the mountains somehow, using music to find the richest veins, to know where it was safe to dig, to understand the stone itself. But Kratos nodded thoughtfully. The dwarves' connection to earth and metal is well known. This appears to be an expression of that bond. They moved deeper into the mining complex, discovering chambers dedicated to different aspects of the operation. In one, massive furnaces stood cold but intact, surrounded by molds of various shapes and sizes. Another contained row upon row of workbenches, each equipped with specialized tools for refining and shaping raw materials. Throughout their exploration, the crystals continued to offer glimpses into the daily lives of those who had once populated these caverns. Most revealing were the numerous small chambers cut into the walls, living quarters for the miners, each personalized with carvings, small shelves of possessions, and, in many cases, musical instruments. "Ime lived here permanently," Atreus observed, examining a particularly well-preserved dwelling. Not just working, but making homes within the mountain. In this chamber, they discovered something new. A small, leather-bound book resting on a simple stone shelf. Its pages had yellowed with age, but remained legible, filled with handwritten notes and diagrams in the dwarven script. Atreus gently lifted the volume, careful not to damage its fragile binding. "It's some kind of journal," he said, slowly turning the pages. "Notes about different songs and what they mean." He continued reading, occasionally translating passages aloud. The deep iron sings with 3 voices, harmonizing in fifths. Silver whispers rather than shouts, its melody heard only in the silences between beats. Gold has no song of its own, but amplifies the voice of any metal near it. As Atreus read, Kratos moved to examine a large map scratched into the wall beside the bed. An intricate rendering of the mine's layout, with certain tunnels marked with musical symbols rather than conventional notations. The complexity suggested years, perhaps decades of careful documentation. "Look at this," Atreus said suddenly, holding the book open to a page near its center. It talks about something called the Heartstone, a crystal at the center of the mountain that contains all songs simultaneously. It says that those who hear the Heartstone's full chorus gain understanding of the mountain's deepest nature. Kratos frowned slightly, his instinctive wariness of powerful artifacts asserting itself. Such objects often carry hidden dangers. "It doesn't sound dangerous," Atreus countered, continuing to scan the text. "More like a record, a library of everything the mountain has experienced." He looked up at his father, enthusiasm clear in his expression. "It says there's a chamber below this level where they kept it. Can we look for it? After a moment's consideration, Kratos nodded. We will investigate, but exercise caution. Not all knowledge is meant to be claimed. They returned to the main cavern, where Atreus, consulting the journal, identified an unassuming tunnel that descended at a steeper angle than the others. Unlike the primary pathways, this passage bore no practical mining marks, no evidence of ore extraction or transport infrastructure. Instead, its walls were covered with intricate carvings depicting dwarves in various poses of reverence, their hands raised towards stylized representations of crystals and stone formation. It's like a temple tunnel, Airtrade observed, tracing one of the carvings with his fingertips. Sacred rather than practical. The passage wound downward in a gradual spiral, the air growing noticeably warmer as they descended. After several minutes, they began to hear a new sound, a low, constant hum that seemed to vibrate through the stone itself, felt as much as heard. The sound carried no discernible melody, yet somehow suggested the foundation upon which all music might be built. Eventually, the tunnel opened into a perfectly circular chamber, smaller than the main workshop above, but more carefully constructed. The walls had been smoothed to an almost polished finish, and the floor featured an intricate mosaic depicting an enormous tree. Not Yggdrasil, but something more abstract, its roots extending from a central point to reach toward the chamber's perimeter. At the center of this room, suspended within a delicate framework of metal and crystal, hovered what could only be the Heartstone, a formation roughly the size of Kratos' fist, neither truly transparent nor opaque but shifting between states, its color impossible to define as it seemed to absorb and reflect light simultaneously. There it is, Atreus whispered, approaching slowly with the reverence one might show a sleeping being. The journal said it contains all the songs of the mountain's history. The Heartstone pulsed gently, its rhythm matching exactly the beat they had followed from the entrance, the heartbeat of the mountain. As they drew closer, the hum intensified, becoming rich with overtones and harmonics that suggested countless melodies interwoven into a single complex tapestry of sound. Atreus looked to his father, silently seeking permission to approach more closely. After a moment's assessment, Kratos nodded, though he moved to stand beside his son, ready to intervene if necessary. With careful movements, Atreus extended his hands toward the hovering stone, not quite touching it, but allowing his palms to rest within inches of its shifting surface. Immediately, the hum resolved into distinct voices, hundreds of them, singing in layered harmony. Unlike the individual crystal memories they had encountered above, this chorus contained all songs simultaneously, each maintaining its unique character while contributing to the greater whole. Tra closed his eyes, his expression reflecting intense concentration as he attempted to disentangle the countless narratives contained within the sound. "I can hear everything," he said softly. "Their arrivals, discoveries, celebrations. There's so much." Kratos watched closely, alert for any sign that the experience might overwhelm his son. Yet Atreus showed no distress, only deep fascination and growing understanding as he listened to the mountain's accumulated memories. "There was a collapse," the boy said suddenly, his voice taking on a somber tone. "In the eastern tunnels. The mountain gave warnings, but they were mining something valuable, something that sang with unusual power. They ignored the disharmony in the earth song, and..." He swallowed hard. "Many died. The survivors performed funeral rites and then they left, abandoned the mine out of respect for those lost. He lowered his hands, stepping back from the hearthstone as its chorus gradually returned to the more abstract hum they had initially heard. That's why everything looks like they just walked away. They did. As a memorial. Left their tools and personal belongings as offerings to honor the dead. Kratos nodded, understanding this warrior's respect for fallen comrades. A worthy tribute. They stood in silence for several moments, absorbing the weight of what they had discovered. The abandoned mine was not merely a historical curiosity, but a sacred site. A place where lives had been lost and remembered through the deliberate preservation of their final work. Do you think we're the first to find this place since they left? Atreus asked eventually. Perhaps, Kratos replied, though few secrets remain truly undiscovered in these realms. Atreus opened the journal again, turning to its final pages. The last entry mentions sealing the entrance with runework that would make it invisible to all but those who knew to look for it. He glanced up at his father. Maybe that's why we found it. Because we weren't actually looking. We just happened to be in the right place. This suggestion carried implications about fate and coincidence that Kratos preferred not to examine too closely. Instead, he gestured toward the passage leading upward. We should return to the surface before darkness falls. As they prepared to leave, Atreus hesitated, looking back at the hearthstone with obvious reluctance. It feels wrong to just leave it here, unknown. All these stories, all this knowledge about how the dwarves worked with the earth. Not all discoveries are ours to claim or share, Kratos reminded him. Some must remain where they lie, respected but undisturbed. The boy nodded slowly, accepting this wisdom despite his natural inclination toward sharing new knowledge. Could we at least tell Brock and Sindri? They're dwarves. This is part of their heritage. Kratos considered this request, weighing respect for the dead against the potential value of preserved knowledge. We will tell them of its existence, he decided finally. They may choose whether to visit themselves. This compromise satisfied Atreus, who took one last look around the chamber before following his father back up the winding passage. As they ascended, the hearthstone's hum gradually faded behind them, though its rhythms seemed to linger in their awareness, subtly influencing their perception of the surrounding stone. Returning through the main workshop, they moved with increased understanding of the space. Not just an abandoned mine, but a community that had lived in harmony with the mountain, listening to its songs and translating its wisdom into practical knowledge. What had initially appeared as simple tools now revealed themselves as instruments of both utility and communication, the means by which generations of dwarving miners had maintained their sacred connection to the earth. As they approached the entrance tunnel, Atreus paused beside one of the larger crystals they had examined earlier. With gentle respect, he placed his palm against its surface, awakening the memory contained within. A simple working song with repetitive verses that might have accompanied hours of steady labor. I'd like to learn some of these songs, he said, as the crystal's melody filled the chamber. Not just to translate, but to actually sing them, to keep them alive somehow. Kratos, who typically maintained emotional distance from such sentiments, found himself unexpectedly receptive to this impulse. The dwarves would likely approve of their traditions continuing through new voices. Encouraged by this unusual support, Atreus listened intently to the melody, committing its patterns to memory as it cycled through several repetitions. When the crystal's song finally faded, he attempted to reproduce it, his young voice offering a somewhat higher-pitched but recognizable version of the dwarven mining chant. The effect was immediate and surprising. As Atreus sang, several crystals throughout the chamber began to glow faintly, responding to the human voice as they had once answered their dwarven creators. The boy continued, growing more confident with each phrase, and the illumination spread gradually until the entire workshop was bathed in soft blue-tinged light. When he finally fell silent, the glow persisted for several seconds before slowly fading, leaving them once again in the orange flicker of their torch. The expression on Atreus's face combined wonder and satisfaction, the joy of connection across centuries through the universal language of music. "The mountain remembers," he said softly. They exited the mine as afternoon light began to wane toward evening, emerging onto the mountainside where their hunt had been interrupted hours earlier. The ordinary world of trees, rocks, and sky seemed somehow changed after their time beneath the earth. Not physically altered, but perceived differently, with greater awareness of the complex systems operating beneath visible surfaces. As they began their journey homeward, Atreus occasionally hummed fragments of the dwarven songs, testing his memory and cementing the patterns in his mind. Atreus, while maintaining his usual stoic demeanor, found the melodies settling into his awareness as well, their rhythms subtly influencing his breathing and the cadence of his steps. "Do you think other mountains have songs too?" Atreus asked as they descended through a stand of pine trees, their needled branches sighing in the gentle evening breeze. "All things have their own nature," Kratos replied after a thoughtful pause. "Whether that nature expresses itself as song depends on one's ability to listen." This philosophical observation, unusual for his typically taciturn father, clearly delighted Atreus. Mother used to say something similar, that understanding comes not from looking harder, but from learning to see differently. Kratos nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Faye's teaching. "Your mother recognized patterns others overlooked." They continued in companionable silence for some time, following a game trail that wound down the mountain's western slope. As twilight deepened around them, Atreus returned to humming one of the dwarven melodies, a slower, more contemplative piece that seemed appropriate for the day's end. To his surprise, Kratos began to provide a rhythmic counterpoint, using the steady sound of his footfalls and the occasional tap of his axe handle against his palm to create a simple percussion that complemented the boy's melody. Though far from elaborate, this unexpected musical collaboration represented a rare moment of shared expression beyond their usual practical communication. Atreus smiled, but made no comment, intuitively understanding that drawing attention to this unusual behavior might cause his father to withdraw from it. Instead, he simply continued his song, occasionally adjusting his tempo or tone to better blend with Kratos' rhythm. As night settled fully across the land, they made camp beneath a rocky overhang that provided shelter from the increasing breeze. A small fire cast flickering light across their temporary haven as they consumed a simple meal of dried meat and berries, their hunt having been diverted to a different kind of discovery. "I've been thinking about what we found," Atreus said as they finished eating, "about how the dwarves used music not just for enjoyment, but as a tool, a way to understand the mountain and work with it rather than against it." Kratos regarded his son across the fire, noting the thoughtful expression that often preceded some new insight. "And what conclusion have you reached? Maybe that's how we should approach our journey too," Atreus suggested. "Not just overcoming obstacles through force, but listening for the rhythm of what's happening around us, finding ways to move with it rather than always fighting against it." This observation carried wisdom beyond the boy's years, a perspective that acknowledged strength while recognizing its limitations. Kratos, whose long existence had been defined largely by opposition and conflict, found himself considering how differently certain past challenges might have unfolded had he approached them with this mindset. "There is merit in your thinking," he acknowledged, stoking the fire with a small branch. "Though some forces in this world respond only to direct confrontation." "I know," Atreus agreed, "but maybe we can be better at recognizing which ones those are, instead of treating everything as an enemy to be defeated." They lapsed into contemplative silence, each reflecting on the implications of this philosophy for their ongoing journey. The fire crackled softly, its dancing flames creating shadows that moved across the rock face behind them, like visual echoes of the dwarven songs they had discovered. Before settling into his sleeping furs, Atreus removed the journal from his pack, carefully opening it to study the diagrams and notations by firelight. Though he couldn't hope to memorize its entire contents in one evening, he was determined to preserve what knowledge he could, both for practical application and out of respect for those who had created it. "Father," he said after several minutes of study, "there's a section here about how the dwarves used resonance to strengthen their crafting. How certain metals respond to specific tones that align with their inner nature." He looked up from the page. "Do you think that's how Broke and Sindri do some of their work, using sound as part of their forging process?" Kratos considered this question. "I have heard them humming or chanting during certain procedures. Perhaps this is not merely habit, but technique. We should ask them," Atreus said, returning to the journal with renewed interest. "Maybe this knowledge isn't completely lost, just not spoken about openly." As the boy continued his study, Kratos maintained watch, his senses attuned to their surroundings with the habitual vigilance of a warrior who has survived countless dangers. Yet his thoughts remained with the dwarven mine and its singing stones, a place where craft and communion had merged into something beyond mere resource extraction. Eventually, Atreus's exploration of the journal slowed as fatigue began to claim him. He carefully closed the volume and returned it to his pack before settling into his furs beside the fire. "Good night, Father," he murmured, his voice already heavy with approaching sleep. "Rest well," Kratos replied, adding another branch to the fire to maintain its warmth through the night's coldest hours. As Atreus drifted towards sleep, he began to hum softly, not consciously, but as if the dwarven melodies had become so thoroughly integrated into his thinking that they now expressed themselves even in his semi-conscious state. The simple tune rose and fell like gentle waves, creating a soothing rhythm that seemed to blend with the night sounds around them. Kratos found himself listening not just to his son's humming, but to the larger symphony of their environment, the whisper of wind through pine needles, the distant call of a night bird, the subtle creaking of branches adjusting to the cooling air. Each sound existed independently, yet contributed to a greater whole, much like the layered voices they had heard in the Hearthstone's chorus. For a moment, brief but significant, he perceived the world as the dwarven miners might have, not as a collection of separate elements to be conquered or defended against, but as an interconnected system expressing itself through countless voices that, when properly understood, revealed pathways rather than obstacles. This perspective, so different from his usual stance of vigilant opposition, offered a glimpse of alternatives, approaches to existence that relied on harmony rather than domination, on listening rather than imposing. While he doubted his capacity to fully adopt such methods after centuries of conditioning toward conflict, the mere recognition of their possibility represented a subtle but meaningful shift in his understanding. Beside him, Atreus's humming gradually faded as sleep claimed him completely. The boy's features relaxed into peaceful rest, unburdened for these hours by the complexities of their journey and the uncertainties that awaited them. In sleep, at least, he could dwell within the simple beauty of the dwarven songs, rather than considering their implications for the challenges ahead. Kratos maintained his watch through the deepening night, occasionally adding fuel to their small fire when its warmth diminished. The stars wheeled slowly overhead, their ancient light filtering through tree branches to create patterns of shadow and illumination across their campsite. In this quiet solitude, he found the dwarven melodies returning to his thoughts, not with the crystal clarity experienced within the mine, but as remembered fragments that wove themselves into his awareness of the surrounding darkness. There was wisdom in what they had discovered today, not the transient knowledge of specific techniques or particular resources, but deeper understanding about relationships between beings and their environment, between intention and manifestation, between individual effort and collective harmony. These insights carried potential value for their journey that extended beyond mere curiosity about dwarven history. As dawn's first light began to soften the eastern horizon, Kratos allowed himself a rare moment of anticipation, not for battle or challenge, but for his son's awakening and the conversations that would surely follow. Kratos would have questions, observations, connections to explore between what they had learned and what lay ahead. From these exchanges might emerge new approaches to their shared path, strategies informed by the singing stones and their ancient wisdom. The mountain had shared its songs with them. Now they would determine how to carry that harmony forward, integrating its lessons into their continuing journey through realms where discord too often dominated. In this integration lay possibility, not for avoiding conflict entirely, but perhaps for engaging it with greater awareness of underlying patterns and potential resolutions that force alone might never reveal. As the new day's light strengthened, Kratos found himself humming one of the dwarven working songs, softly, almost unconsciously, its rhythm matching his breathing as he prepared for their journey to resume. The melody carried no magic beyond the simple power of connection to the earth, to heritage, to the countless beings who had found their own paths through existence's complexities. In this moment of quiet reflection, something aligned within him, not transforming his fundamental nature, but offering a glimpse of alternative perspectives, of paths not previously considered. The journey ahead remained challenging, its ultimate destination uncertain, but the songs of the dwarven miners had added new instruments to their navigational tools, ways of listening that might reveal openings where before they had perceived only obstacles. When Atreus finally stirred, roused by the growing light and the morning calls of birds reclaiming their territories, he found his father already awake, their small camp organized for efficient departure. The boy sat up, blinking away sleep's final vestiges, and immediately reached for his pack to check that the dwarven journal remained secure. "We should reach the cabin by midday," Kratos informed him, extinguishing the fire's last embers with careful efficiency. Atreus nodded, gathering his belongings while humming one of the mining songs, this time consciously, testing his memory of its specific patterns after hours of sleep. To his satisfaction, the melody remained clear in his mind, its rhythms and tonal shifts preserved, as if he had been singing it for years rather than learning it only the previous day. "The song stayed with me," he commented as they prepared to depart. "I dreamed about the mine, about dwarfs working in harmony with the mountain, their tools and voices creating patterns that revealed where to dig, where to reinforce, where to leave undisturbed." Kratos secured his axe at his side, his movements practiced and precise. Dreams often clarify what waking minds struggle to comprehend. They set out as the sun cleared the eastern ridges, its light transforming the landscape from shadowed mystery to revealed detail. Their path would take them down through foothills and across valleys now familiar from previous journeys, territory known and generally predictable, unlike the unexpected discovery that had altered yesterday's hunt. Yet as they traveled, both father and son found themselves perceiving their surroundings with subtly enhanced awareness, not just assessing terrain for tactical advantage or potential threats, but noting patterns of growth and decay, of water flow and erosion, of life establishing itself in seemingly inhospitable niches. The dwarven perspective had influenced their perception, revealing layers of information previously overlooked or deemed irrelevant. "Listen," Atreus said suddenly, pausing beside a tumble of rocks where a small spring emerged from between granite slabs. "The water has a song too." Kratos stopped, allowing his senses to focus on the sound, not merely registering it as background noise but attending to its specific qualities. The spring's voice combined multiple elements: the deeper tones of water moving through subterranean channels, the brighter notes of its emergence into daylight, the varied percussion of droplets striking stone surfaces at different distances and angles. "Each place has its own melody," Atreus continued, clearly delighted by this observation. "The dwarves didn't invent the songs. They just learned to hear what was already there, and then to work with it instead of against it." This insight resonated with philosophical depth that belied the boy's youth, an understanding not merely of technique, but of underlying principles that might apply across countless situations. Kratos recognized its potential value, filing it alongside other wisdom accumulated throughout his long existence. "Such awareness has practical applications," he acknowledged as they resumed their journey. "Knowing the natural patterns of a place reveals both its vulnerabilities and its strengths." They continued through morning light that strengthened toward midday brilliance, occasionally pausing to listen when some particularly interesting sound caught their attention. A woodpecker's rhythmic drumming, the complex rustle of wind moving through different types of foliage, the distant rush of a waterfall hidden beyond the next ridge. Each sound formed part of the landscape's ongoing composition, neither random nor rigidly structured, but organized according to principles only partially comprehensible to human understanding. As they descended from the foothills into more heavily forested terrain, Atreus began to experiment, humming fragments of dwarven melodies and observing how these sounds interacted with their environment. In some locations, certain tones seemed to carry further or resonate more clearly. In others, they were quickly absorbed or distorted by the surrounding vegetation and terrain. "I wonder if we could use these patterns for communication," he suggested, testing a particularly resonant passage between two rock formations. Different songs for different messages, chosen to match the specific environment we're moving through. Kratos considered this practical application. An unconventional signal system might confound enemies accustomed to listening for more common communications. This potential tactical advantage appealed to his warrior's instincts, transforming what might have remained merely philosophical curiosity into practical methodology. Perhaps there was direct utility in these dwarven approaches, beyond their historical or cultural significance. Tools and techniques adaptable to their current challenges. By midday, as Kratos had predicted, they came within sight of their cabin. The simple structure nestled against ancient trees, partly concealed by natural features and the protective enchantments Faye had established years earlier. Smoke rose from the chimney in a thin, straight column, indicating calm air and continued function of the heating arrangements they had left in place before their departure. As they approached their home, Atreus' pace quickened slightly, not from urgent need, but from the natural desire to share their discovery with others who might appreciate its significance. "I can't wait to tell Mimir about the singing stones," he said. "He probably knows stories about dwarven mining techniques that could help us understand what we found." Kratos nodded, acknowledging the value of consulting the well-traveled head's extensive knowledge. Though he maintained habitual caution regarding magical artifacts and ancient sites, he recognized that proper understanding often required multiple perspectives, particularly when dealing with cultures and traditions outside his direct experience. They crossed the final distance to their dwelling, returning from what had begun as a simple hunting expedition, with no material gains, but considerable intellectual and philosophical harvest. The knowledge they carried of dwarven mining songs, of the Heartstone's accumulated memories, of approaches to existence based on harmony rather than opposition, represented wealth of a different kind than meat for their table or hides for their winter gear. In the quiet of their forest home, they would have opportunity to reflect on these discoveries, to discuss their implications with Mimir's scholarly input, perhaps eventually to share them with Brock and Sindri when next they encountered the Dwarven brothers. From these conversations might emerge a new understanding, not just of past practices, but of future possibilities, of approaches to their journey not previously considered. The songs of the dwarven miners had entered their awareness, adding new dimensions to their perception of the world around them. Whether these melodies would significantly alter their path remained to be seen, but they had undeniably expanded the range of available perspectives, offering alternatives to consider when challenges arose. As they reached their cabin's threshold, Atreus paused to look back toward the mountains where they had made their unexpected discovery. The peaks stood silhouetted against the midday sky, revealing nothing of the complex network of tunnels and chambers hidden within their stone facades. Yet now he knew something of their inner voice, the rhythms and harmonies that had guided generations of dwarven miners in their work beneath the surface. "We'll go back someday," he said, not as question, but as quiet certainty, to learn more of their songs. Kratos, following his son's gaze toward the distant heights, offered no contradiction to this prediction. Some discoveries, once made, continued to exert influence long after the initial encounter, drawing consciousness back for deeper exploration, for further understanding, for renewed connection with wisdom, temporarily forgotten but never truly lost. The mountain and its songs would remain patient, enduring, their melodies preserved in crystal memory until the next listeners arrived to awaken them. And when that time came, perhaps the dwarven miner's ancient knowledge would reveal new harmonies, new patterns, new pathways through the challenges that awaited them on their continuing journey. For now they had returned home, carrying not physical treasures but something potentially more valuable, perspectives that expanded their understanding of how to move through a world filled with both opposition and opportunity, with conflicts that demanded strength, but also with patterns that rewarded attention, with discord that sometimes required confrontation, but also with harmonies that offered alternative resolutions. In this expanded awareness lay possibility, not for avoiding difficulties entirely, but for approaching them with greater comprehension of underlying principles and potential responses. The songs of the dwarven miners had added new instruments to their navigational tools, new voices to their understanding of existence's complex symphony. As they entered their cabin, the memory of those songs accompanied them, not merely as pleasant melodies or interesting historical artifacts, but as living wisdom with continuing relevance to their journey. In the days ahead, they would determine how best to integrate this knowledge into their path forward, how to honor its insights while adapting its applications to their specific circumstances. The mountain had shared its songs. Now they would carry that harmony into whatever awaited them beyond the next horizon. In the days that followed their discovery of the dwarven mining colony, Atreus often found himself humming the miners' songs as he went about his daily tasks. The melodies had taken root in his mind, becoming as familiar as the forest paths surrounding their cabin. Even Kratos, though he would not admit it openly, occasionally caught himself tapping rhythms against his axe handle that matched the ancient dwarven working chants. The knowledge they had gained of how the miners had used music to communicate with the mountain itself continued to influence how they perceived the world around them. Sounds that might once have registered merely as background noise now revealed patterns and information. The different tones of wind through various trees, indicating weather changes. The subtle variations in stream currents, suggesting what might lie upstream. The distinctive echoes of certain rock formations, offering clues about their composition. It was during one of their hunting expeditions, nearly a fortnight after their visit to the mining colony, that Atreus noticed something unusual in the rhythm of his father's footsteps as they crossed a particular stretch of forest floor. "Wait," he said, pausing to listen more carefully. "Do you hear that?" Kratos stopped, his senses immediately alert for potential threats. "Hear what?" "The sound when you walk here," Atreus replied, stamping his foot gently against the ground. "It's different, hollow somehow." With characteristic thoroughness, Kratos tested the observation, moving deliberately across the area in question. Indeed, the earth returned a subtly different tone here, not immediately obvious but unmistakable once attention was drawn to it. The sound suggested some space beneath the forest floor, concealed by roots and generations of fallen leaves. "There's something under here," Atroci concluded, already kneeling to investigate, fingers probing through the thick carpet of decomposing vegetation. What they would discover beneath that unassuming patch of forest floor, the ancient, hidden entrance to what dwarven legends called the Forgotten Forge, would lead them on yet another journey of discovery. But that is a tale for another twilight, another quiet evening beside the fire, when sleep beckons and dreams await just beyond consciousness. Snow drifted lazily from the slate-grey sky as Kratos and Atreus made their way through the dense forest that covered the northern slopes of the mountain range. Their breath formed clouds in the frigid air, dissipating into the stillness around them. Though the forest was quiet, it was far from empty. The subtle rustle of creatures moving through underbrush, the distant call of ravens, and the occasional creak of snow-laden branches all painted the acoustic landscape of their journey. "How much farther to this forge?" Kratos asked, his deep voice barely disturbing the tranquil atmosphere. His heavy footfalls left deep impressions in the snow, while Aphris moved with the lighter step of youth, barely marking the white blanket beneath them. The boy consulted the crude map Brock had sketched for them, his brow furrowed in concentration. "According to Brock, we should find the entrance near the base of the twin waterfalls. He said we can't miss it. A stone archway, carved with dwarven runes." Kratos grunted, his golden eyes scanning the terrain ahead. Though he rarely admitted it, he had come to respect the Blue Dwarf's knowledge, particularly when it concerned the crafting traditions of his people. If Brock claimed this forgotten forge held significance, it was likely worth investigating. Mimir spoke up from his position at Kratos' bout. "The Whispering Forge is more than just another dwarven workshop, brother. Legend holds it was the first forge blessed by the ancient dwarven gods, before even Odin's rise to prominence. The fires there were said to burn with knowledge as much as heat." "And you believe these fires still burn after all this time?" Kratos asked, skepticism evident in his tone. He had witnessed too many legends prove hollow upon closer examination to accept such claims without question. "Well, not burn exactly," Mimir clarified. "More like smolder. Dwarven forge fires are unlike ordinary flames. Once properly sanctified, they never fully die, merely fall dormant, until awakened by those with proper knowledge and intention." Atreus perked up at this, his natural curiosity engaged. "Like the eternal flames in the stories Mother used to tell? The ones that couldn't be extinguished by wind or water?" "They're similar in principle, though distinct in application," Mimir confirmed. "Your mother's stories likely reference the eternal flame of Muspelheim, which exists independent of fuel or tending. Dwarven forge fires, by contrast, maintain connection to their creators through complex enchantments, persisting as long as the knowledge they embody remains relevant. Their path began to descend into a narrow ravine where ancient pines grew so tall they seemed to touch the low-hanging clouds. The sound of rushing water gradually became audible, first as distant whisper, then growing to persistent murmur that suggested they approached their destination. "Listen," Atreus said, pausing briefly. "I can hear the waterfalls." They followed the increasingly pronounced sound until the forest opened suddenly onto a breathtaking vista. Twin waterfalls cascading side by side down a sheer rock face perhaps 200 feet high. The water, partially frozen along its edges, thundered into a deep pool below, sending fine mist into the air that created dancing rainbows where sparse sunlight penetrated the cloud cover. "It's beautiful," Atreus breathed, momentarily forgetting their purpose, in simple appreciation of natural wonder. Kratos surveyed the area with more practical assessment, seeking the entrance Brock had described. His experienced eyes noted how the cliff face between the waterfalls bore subtle marks of deliberate shaping, not immediately obvious to casual observation, but unmistakable to one familiar with constructed stonework. "There," he indicated with slight nod, "behind the water curtain." Atreus followed his father's gaze, squinting to discern what had caught his attention. Gradually, he perceived what Kratos had immediately recognized: an arched opening, partially concealed by the leftmost waterfall's flowing veil. Ancient dwarven runes were carved into the stone surrounding this entrance, their edges softened by centuries of water exposure, but still legible to those with knowledge of such scripts. "Can you read the inscription?" Kratos asked his son, acknowledging the boy's growing facility with various runic languages. Atreus approached as close as possible without being drenched by the waterfall's spray, studying the weathered markings with narrowed eyes. "Parts of it," he answered after careful consideration. "It's an older dialect than what Brock and Sindri use, but I recognize elements. Something about knowledge in flame and wisdom forged in silence. And a warning. Only those with purpose may enter. All others will find only cold stone." "Typical dwarven cryptic nonsense," Mimir commented with a chuckle. "They do love their riddles and conditions. But there's practical purpose behind such warnings. Many dwarven sites incorporate enchantments that reveal their true nature only to those approaching with specific intent or knowledge." Kratos considered this information with characteristic practicality. "Our purpose is clear: to investigate this forge and its supposedly special fire." He adjusted the axe on his back and moved toward the concealed entrance with decisive strides. As they approached the water curtain, a curious phenomenon occurred. The flow seemed to part slightly, creating dry passage just wide enough for them to enter without becoming drenched. This subtle manipulation suggested active enchantment still functioned despite the forge's apparent abandonment. Beyond the waterfall lay a short, natural tunnel that quickly gave way to clearly worked stone. Smooth walls bearing extensive runic inscriptions and elaborate reliefs depicting dwarven crafting scenes. Illumination came from veins of some golden mineral embedded in the rock itself, providing soft, ambient light that required no maintenance, yet had apparently persisted for centuries. "Look at these carvings," Atreus said, voice hushed with appreciation as they proceeded deeper. "They're telling stories of the first dwarven smiths." The tunnel opened unexpectedly into a vast cavern that drew involuntary sounds of wonder from both travelers. The ceiling soared perhaps 50 feet above, supported by massive natural stone columns that had been enhanced with intricate carvings. The walls displayed elaborate murals depicting dwarven figures working alongside larger, more imposing forms that appeared to be their gods. Beings of immense proportion, yet shown teaching rather than commanding, guiding hands rather than issuing edicts. Throughout the cavern, golden veins like those in the entrance tunnel provided gentle illumination, casting long shadows while revealing astonishing attention to detail in the space's construction. What might have been a purely functional workshop had been transformed through exceptional craftsmanship into testament to dwarven reverence for their art. At the chamber's center stood the forge itself, a massive stone structure built around what appeared to be natural fissure in the mountain's heart. Rather than the robust flames one might expect in working forge, only faint reddish glow emanated from its depths, barely illuminating the elaborate tools arranged precisely on nearby workbenches. Ancient anvils of various sizes stood positioned for different types of work, each bearing marks of extensive use, yet maintained with evident care. "It's magnificent," Mimir observed as they approached the forge's heart. Few living eyes have beheld this place since the dwarven schism that drove most of their kind into specialized enclaves. This represents their unified tradition, before divisions between armorsmiths and weapon crafters, between enchantment specialists and material purists. Kratos studied the arrangement with practiced assessment, noting practical efficiencies in the workflow design that suggested minds deeply versed in their craft had planned every aspect of the space. Despite his typical stoicism, he could appreciate the excellence evident in such purposeful construction. The forge fire has diminished significantly, he observed, examining the barely glowing embers visible in the forge's heart. As expected after centuries without tending, Atreus moved closer to the forge, drawn by curiosity. It's still warm, though, he noted, extending his hands toward the gentle heat still radiating from the ancient structure. And look, there are inscriptions around the edge. Instructions, maybe? The boy crouched to study the runes encircling the forge's perimeter, his fingers occasionally tracing particularly complex symbols as he worked to decipher their meaning. It says something about feeding the knowledge flame with purpose and memory, and speaking truth to embers. Amir's wooden features showed as much excitement as they were capable of displaying. A traditional dwarven forge awakening ritual. They believed their forge fires responded to sincere intention and authentic purpose, unlike the Aesir, who demand worship and sacrifice. Dwarven gods sought honest engagement with craft itself, the pure desire to create with excellence. So we need to talk to the fire, Atrial asked, skepticism evident despite his general openness to magical concepts. Not exactly, Mimir clarified. More like demonstrating genuine purpose through both word and action. The forge needs to understand, in its way, what you intend to create and why. Dwarven craft tradition holds that purpose influences outcome as much as technique. Identical processes with different intentions yield distinctly different results. Kratos approached the forge with measured steps, studying its construction with experienced eyes. Though he rarely spoke of it, he had extensive knowledge of forge work from his earlier life, not merely as warrior who used weapons, but as one who had observed master craftsmen create implements of both beauty and deadly efficiency. We need proper fuel, he observed, noting several containers of what appeared to be specialized forge materials positioned nearby. Materials preserved through dwarven enchantment despite centuries of abandonment. With practiced efficiency, he selected appropriate components and began preparing them for use, his massive hands moving with surprising delicacy as he arranged them according to patterns suggested by the forge's own design. Atreus watched with interest, always eager to learn from his father's demonstrations of unexpected knowledge. I didn't know you knew about forge work, he commented, helping gather the necessary materials as directed. Kratos continued his preparations without looking up. In Sparta, warriors understood their weapons, not just how to use them, but how they were made. A blade's strengths and weaknesses begin in the forge. He paused briefly, memories momentarily visible in his eyes before his typical smithsism reasserted itself. I observed many skilled smiths. As they worked to prepare the forge, the chamber around them seemed to respond subtly to their actions, the golden veins in the walls brightening slightly, shadows shifting in ways not entirely explained by their movements. The air grew noticeably warmer, carrying scents of hot metal and ancient wood that seemed to emerge from the stone itself, rather than from any physical source. The place awakens, Mimi observed quietly, responding to purposeful presence after long dormancy. Dwarven constructions often incorporate such awareness, not consciousness as we understand it, but responsive enchantment, attuned to specific activities and intentions. Following what appeared to be intuitive understanding of the process, Kratos arranged the prepared materials around the forge's core, where faint embers still glowed with subdued vitality. His movements displayed respect for the craft that transcended his typical impatience with ritual, recognition that proper process served practical purpose rather than merely satisfying tradition. Now, we need to state our purpose, Mimir instructed as the preparations neared completion. The forge must understand why its power is being sought. Dwarven tradition places great emphasis on the relationship between creator and creation. Tools should know why they come into being. Kratos straightened to his full height beside the forge, golden eyes reflecting the subtle glow from its depths. "We seek knowledge," he stated, his deep voice resonating through the chamber with surprising impact. "Understanding of craft and creation. Not weapons for conquest, but wisdom for protection." The simplicity of this declaration carried weight that more elaborate speech might have lacked, honesty evident in every syllable. This was not diplomatic manipulation, but straightforward statement of intent, characteristic of the man, but also perfectly aligned with dwarven values that prize directness over flowery artifice. For several moments nothing happened beyond subtle brightening of the ember glow. Then, with sudden intensity that caused Octavius to step back in surprise, the forge's fire surged upward, not as destructive conflagration, but as controlled, purposeful flame that cast warm, golden light throughout the chamber. The fire moved with almost liquid quality, flowing rather than flickering, its color shifting between deep orange and bright gold as it stabilized at perfect working height. "Fate accepted our purpose," Atreus whispered, watching the beautiful display with wide-eyed wonder. Around them, the entire chamber responded to the forge's awakening, the golden veins in the walls pulsing with increased luminosity, casting light on murals that now seemed to move subtly. Figures within the carved scenes shifting position when viewed peripherally. Tools on nearby workbenches emitted faint ringing sounds, like distant wind chimes responding to unfelt breeze. Most notably, the atmosphere itself changed, becoming thick with presence that suggested they were no longer alone. Not threatening presence, but attentive observation, as if awakening the forge had simultaneously roused awareness that had slumbered alongside it for centuries. "We have an audience," Mimir noted quietly. "The forge's guardians. Echoes of those who established this place, who embedded their knowledge within its very stones. Not fully present in our reality, but certainly paying attention to their unexpected visitors." Kratos remained outwardly unaffected by these developments, his focus remaining on the practical aspects of the now awakened forge. With experienced assessment, he studied the fire's quality, the tool's arrangement, the overall state of the workspace that had suddenly transformed from historical relic to potentially functional crafting station. "The fire burns properly," he observed, satisfaction evident despite his typically sparse praise. "Clean heat without smoke, ideal for precision work." Atreus, less restrained in his reactions, moved around the chamber with evident wonder, studying the murals that had gained new vibrancy in the forge's improved light. "The stories are clearer now," he noted, observing details previously obscured by shadow. "They show the dwarven gods teaching their people, not just how to make things, but why creation matters." Indeed, the newly illuminated murals revealed narratives more complex than mere crafting instruction. They depicted relationships between teachers and students that emphasized knowledge transfer as sacred trust rather than mere technical instruction. The larger figures, clearly the dwarven deities, were shown guiding hands, demonstrating techniques, but also pointing to hearts and heads, suggesting wisdom beyond mere skill. As Atreus continued exploring the chamber's periphery, Kratos remained near the forge, experiencing subtle pull that suggested the flame itself invited closer interaction. With cautious respect, he extended his hands toward the fire, not touching it directly, but feeling its unique quality of heat that warmed without burning, that invited rather than threatened. An unusual flame, he commented, studying its behavior with experienced assessment. It responds to intention. To demonstrate this observation, he focused his thoughts on specific crafting needs. A blade requiring particular temper, armor needing specific flexibility, and watched as the forge fire shifted slightly in response, adapting its nature to accommodate these unspoken requirements. The flame possessed intelligence beyond ordinary fire, not consciousness exactly, but purpose-oriented adaptation that transcended natural behavior. Remarkable, Mimir breathed, observing these interactions from his position. The legend spoke truly. This fire contains knowledge itself, the accumulated wisdom of generations of master crafters, preserved through dwarven enchantment and bound to the forge's physical structure. The disembodied head's scholarly excitement was interrupted by Atreus' call from across the chamber, where the boy had discovered something significant. "Father, look at this wall. It's different from the others." Kratos joined his son before a section of wall that indeed differed noticeably from surrounding areas. While most of the chamber featured narrative murals or practical workspace, this particular segment displayed what appeared to be instructional diagrams, detailed illustrations of specific crafting techniques accompanied by extensive runic annotations. Craft secrets, Mimi identified with evident appreciation. The dwarves' most closely guarded knowledge, typically passed only from master to apprentice through direct demonstration. To record such information permanently was extremely rare, considered dangerous by many traditionalists who feared their arts might be appropriated by unworthy practitioners. Atreus studied these diagrams with focused attention, his growing facility with runic languages allowing partial comprehension despite the specialized terminology. They're showing how to bind elements that normally wouldn't work together, he observed, tracing particular sequences with careful fingers. How to merge properties that usually conflict. The foundations of dwarven enchantment, Mimir confirmed. Their most revolutionary contribution to crafting traditions across the realms. Techniques for creating harmony between naturally antagonistic materials or properties. This knowledge fundamentally transformed what could be achieved through crafting. Kratos examined these instructional displays with practical assessment, his experienced eye recognizing applications that transcended mere theoretical interest. These techniques offered solutions to crafting challenges he had observed throughout his extensive existence, ways to overcome limitations that had constrained even the most skilled smiths he had encountered. Useful knowledge, he acknowledged, his typical terseness underscoring rather than diminishing the significance of this evaluation. From a man of few words, this represented high praise indeed. As they studied these revelations, the forge fire continued its gentle, purposeful burning, neither diminishing nor increasing, but maintaining perfect working temperature, while occasionally shifting color in apparent response to their discussions. The chamber's ambient sounds had evolved as well, subtle metallic tones suggesting distant hammering, soft whispers like craftsmen sharing insights, creating acoustic texture that enhanced rather than distracted from their exploration. Atreus returned to the forge after completing initial survey of the instructional wall. drawn by the flame's hypnotic movement and the comfortable warmth it radiated throughout the chamber. As he watched the fires dance, he noticed how shadows cast by nearby tools created patterns across the workspace. Not random projections, but what appeared to be deliberate displays, like visual instructions being offered through indirect means. "The forge is showing us something," he observed, indicating how shadows aligned to highlight specific tools in particular arrangements. "Black. It's suggesting what we should do next." Kratos joined his son's observation, noting the subtle but unmistakable intentionality behind these shadow patterns. With cautious acceptance of this unusual guidance, he began selecting the indicated tools. Tongs of particular shape, hammers of specific weight, measuring devices of precise configuration. Each selection seemed to satisfy some unspoken requirement, the shadows shifting slightly to highlight subsequent choices once initial recommendations had been followed. "It guides our learning," he acknowledged, arranging the selected tools in workspace configurations suggested by the shadow's alignment. Teaching through demonstration rather than words. This approach resonated with Kratos' own preference for practical instruction over theoretical explanation, showing rather than telling, experience over abstraction. Though he maintained healthy skepticism toward anything resembling divine guidance, he recognized effective teaching methodology, regardless of its unusual delivery. With the workspace arranged according to the forge's apparent suggestions, both father and son found themselves standing before the now robust fire, tools prepared but specific purpose still undefined. The atmosphere carried expectant quality, as if the forge awaited their decision about what knowledge they wished to pursue, what creation they hoped to manifest. "What should we make?" Atreus asked, genuine uncertainty in his voice. The forge's power clearly invited significant creation rather than mere practice exercise. Kratos considered this question with characteristic thoroughness, weighing practical needs against educational opportunity. Finally, he reached a decision that balanced both considerations. Something useful but achievable. A hunting knife, complex enough to require attention to detail, simple enough to complete in available time. This practical choice seemed to satisfy the forge's unspoken expectations. The fire shifted color slightly toward cleaner gold, and nearby materials subtly rearranged themselves to highlight specific metal ingots and handle components appropriate for the proposed project. Tools adjusted positions slightly, presenting themselves in sequence that suggested proper workflow for knife creation. "It approves," Mimir observed with scholarly satisfaction, "and prepares to guide the process." Dwarven forges were renowned for their instructional capacity, able to sense practitioners' skill level and adapt teaching accordingly. Even master crafters sometimes discovered new techniques through such interactive guidance. Under the forge's subtle direction, Kratos began the process of crafting, his large hands moving with surprising dexterity as he prepared the selected metal for initial heating. Though he had observed many skilled smiths throughout his extensive existence, he had rarely practiced the craft personally, making this exercise educational for him as well as his son. Atreus participated eagerly, following his father's example while absorbing the forge's unspoken guidance. The shadows continued their instructional dance, highlighting proper techniques and occasionally shifting to suggest corrections when their movement strayed from optimal approach. The process unfolded as a combination of physical craft and interactive learning experience, with the forge itself serving as patient teacher, adapting to their individual capabilities. As they worked the metal through initial stages of knife creation, something extraordinary began to happen. The fire's influence seemed to extend beyond mere physical heating, imparting qualities to the developing blade that transcended ordinary craftsmanship. The metal responded with unusual fluidity, accepting their shaping efforts with resistance appropriate for learning, but without the stubborn intransigence that often frustrated novice crafters. It guides the material, as well as our hands, Kratos observed, noting how the metal achieved proper temperature and consistency more readily than expected for their relative inexperience, making success possible without removing the necessity for skill development. Perfect teaching, Mimi commented approvingly. The forge provides support without replacing personal effort, scaffolding the learning process rather than circumventing it. This balance represents the highest ideal in dwarven instructional philosophy. As they progressed through successive stages of blade creation, forming, tempering, edge development, both father and son grew increasingly attuned to the forge's subtle guidance. What began as tentative following of Shadow's suggestions evolved into more intuitive engagement, their movements aligning naturally with the workspace's rhythm and the fire's subtle shifts. Throughout this process, the chamber's ambient sounds continued their supportive murmuring, sometimes suggesting approval when techniques were properly executed, occasionally indicating caution when approaches needed adjustment. These auditory cues remained just at perception's threshold, not disturbing concentration but enhancing awareness of their place within larger crafting tradition. The developing knife took shape with surprising quality given their limited experience, not matching dwarven masterwork, certainly, but far exceeding what novice crafters might typically achieve. The blade displayed proper proportion and balance, the edge developing consistent sharpness, the tang structured appropriately for handle attachment. These accomplishments reflected combination of their sincere effort and the forge's supportive guidance. Neither element sufficient alone, but powerful in combination. As they neared completion of the blade portion, preparing to attach the handle components, Atreus noticed something unusual developing within the metal itself, subtle patterns emerging along the knife's surface, reminiscent of flowing water or wind currents. These weren't mere discolorations, but seemed to move slightly when viewed from different angles, suggesting depth beyond the metal's physical dimensions. "Father, look," he said, indicating these developing patterns. "The blade has patterns in it. I don't remember making those." Kratos examined the phenomenon with cautious interest, his experienced eye recognizing something beyond ordinary forge effects. "The fire's influence," he concluded after careful assessment. "It imparts more than heat. Essence patterns," Mimir identified with scholarly excitement, one of the most remarkable aspects of traditional dwarven crafting. The forge fire imbues created objects with qualities reflecting both material characteristics and creator's intention, not mere decoration, but functional integration of purpose into physical structure. Indeed, as they continued observing, the patterns became more pronounced, while remaining subtle, not ostentatious ornamentation, but integral aspect of the blade's being. They followed natural stress lines within the metal, reinforcing structural integrity while simultaneously creating visual representation of the knife's intended purpose as practical tool rather than weapon of war. This development added new dimension to their understanding of dwarven crafting philosophy, how function and form were unified through processes that addressed materials' inherent nature rather than imposing entirely external will. The knife was becoming expression of collaborative creation involving metal's properties, forger's guidance, and crafter's intention. each element contributing necessary aspects to harmonious whole. The patterns enhance purpose without requiring additional enchantment, Kratos observed with practical appreciation. Efficient design. As they proceeded to handle attachments, selecting appropriate materials from those highlighted by the forge's subtle guidance, the ambient presence in the chamber seemed to intensify slightly. Not intrusively, but attentively, as if their progress had attracted increased interest from the watching entities, whose existence they perceived primarily through atmospheric changes and occasional whispered encouragements. The handle materials, wood of particular grain and density, binding components of specific flexibility, responded to their touch with unusual cooperation, fitting naturally into configurations that might otherwise require extensive adjustment. The forge fire continued its supportive role, heating components to precisely appropriate temperature for proper joining, without risk of damage or weakness. "They're pleased with our work," Atria noted, sensing the chamber's atmospheric shift. Whatever they are, the Guardians, ancestral observers, Mimir clarified. Echoes of the Forge's original keepers, not fully present in conventional sense, but connected to this place through commitments that transcend ordinary mortality. Their approval suggests you're honoring their traditions appropriately. This observation might have unsettled someone with less exposure to unusual metaphysical arrangements, but both Kratos and Atreus had encountered sufficient variety of post-mortal existence to accept such possibilities without excessive concern. What mattered was that these presences appeared benevolent and supportive, rather than threatening. Teachers rather than judges. As they completed the knife's final assembly, both father and son experienced a moment of quiet satisfaction that transcended ordinary accomplishment. The finished tool represented not merely successful crafting exercise, but embodiment of knowledge transfer across generations and cultures. Dwarven wisdom guiding human hands, or mostly human in their case, to create object that honored traditions beyond their own immediate experience. The knife itself exceeded reasonable expectations for their relative inexperience, balanced perfectly for practical use, its edge maintaining consistent sharpness along its length, handle fitted comfortably to hand size and grip preference. The mysterious patterns had stabilized into subtle but distinctive flowing design that seemed almost to move when blade caught light at particular angles. A good knife, Kratos declared with characteristic understatement that nonetheless conveyed genuine approval. He tested the edge with experienced assessment, noting how it cut cleanly without excessive pressure, sign of proper tempering and edge development. Adrius examined their creation with undisguised pride, turning it to catch the forge fire's light from different angles. It feels special. Not just because we made it, but like it has something extra. Something from the forge itself. Indeed it does, Mimir confirmed, his scholarly expertise recognizing qualities beyond merely physical properties. The patterns you observed aren't just decorative. They represent knowledge integration. The forge has embedded certain understandings directly into the blade's structure, teachings that will reveal themselves through use rather than instruction. This idea intrigued both crafters, that their creation might contain wisdom beyond what they had consciously incorporated, that the learning process would continue through the object's practical application rather than ending with its physical completion. Such concept aligned with broader philosophical understanding that true knowledge emerged through lived experience rather than mere theoretical comprehension. With the knife's completion, The forge fire adjusted itself to lower, maintenance level burn, not extinguishing but returning to sustainable state that could be maintained indefinitely without constant attention. The chamber's ambient sounds shifted similarly toward quieter rhythm, like conversation transitioning from active exchange to comfortable companionship. "The forge returns to rest," Kratos observed, noting these atmospheric changes with practical assessment. "Having completed its teaching." "Not rest exactly," Mimir corrected gently. "More like reduced attentiveness. The fire will maintain its essential nature until needed again, preserving the knowledge it contains while conserving the energies that make such preservation possible." This concept of sustainable preservation rather than complete dormancy suggested thoughtful design focused on longevity rather than immediate impression, characteristic of dwarven approach to creation generally. Their craftsmanship prioritized lasting function over temporary spectacle, enduring usefulness over momentary display. As they began organizing the workspace, returning tools to their proper places, cleaning areas they had utilized, Atreus continued exploring the chamber with curiosity that had not diminished despite their task's completion. His attention returned to the instructional wall they had discovered earlier, studying its detailed diagrams with renewed appreciation after experiencing some of the techniques firsthand. "We should remember this place," he said thoughtfully, committing specific details to memory, while also making quick sketches in the small journal he carried. "Not just for the forge, but for everything it teaches about creation." Kratos, typically focused on immediate practical concerns rather than philosophical implications, nonetheless nodded agreement with his son's assessment. The knowledge preserved here transcended mere crafting instruction, offering insights into relationships between intention and outcome, between process and purpose, that applied to many aspects of existence beyond forge work specifically. As they completed their preparations for departure, both father and son experienced reluctance to leave this extraordinary space, not merely because of its physical comfort and aesthetic beauty, but because of the deeper connections they had formed during their time there. The forge had offered not just practical instruction, but sense of participation in traditions extending far beyond their individual experience. "We honor your teaching," Kratos stated, addressing the forge directly as they prepared to depart. The formality of this acknowledgement, unusual for a man typically sparing with words, reflected genuine respect for what they had received. The forge fire seemed to respond to this recognition, briefly intensifying before settling back to steady, sustainable glow that would await future visitors with similar patience. The chamber's ambient sounds offered what might be interpreted as farewell, slightly different tonal quality, suggesting completion rather than interruption. "Me appreciate your recognition," Mimir noted quietly. "Few visitors in recent centuries have approached with appropriate respect for what this place represents, seeking power or advantage rather than understanding and continuation of tradition." With final glances around the remarkable chamber, Kratos and Atreus began their journey outward, retracing their path through the carved tunnel toward the waterfall entrance. The golden veins in the stone continued providing gentle illumination, though gradually diminishing as they approached the natural world beyond. The newly crafted knife rested at Atreus's belt, not merely practical tool, but tangible connection to knowledge they had encountered. Its presence would serve as a reminder of lessons learned and skills developed, while its unusual properties would continue revealing themselves through practical application in days to come. As they emerged from behind the waterfall's curtain into fading afternoon light, Both father and son paused briefly to reorient themselves to the natural world's different rhythms and sensations. After hours in the forge's controlled environment, the wilderness seemed simultaneously more chaotic and more invigorating. Wind's unpredictable movements, water's thunderous descent, forest's complex symphony of subtle sounds. "We should return someday," Athris suggested as they began their homeward journey through the snow-covered forest. "There's so much more to learn there." Kratos considered this with characteristic thoroughness before responding. "Perhaps, when purpose requires it." This wasn't dismissal, but recognition that such places deserved visitation with proper intention rather than casual curiosity. Respect for the knowledge preserved there and the traditions it represented. As they moved through deepening twilight toward home, the knife at Atreus' belt occasionally caught stray moonlight breaking through cloud cover, its embedded patterns momentarily shimmering with subtle luminosity, as if responding to natural transitions between day and night. These responses suggested the object had indeed incorporated knowledge beyond mere physical properties, becoming something that existed simultaneously in material and more subtle dimensions. "The blade reminds me of Mother's knife," Atreus observed, noting similarities not in physical appearance but in underlying essence. How both objects seemed to contain wisdom beyond their physical form. How both responded to environments in ways ordinary tools did not. This comparison held significance beyond mere observation, suggesting connections between seemingly separate traditions that shared fundamental understandings despite cultural differences. Faye's Jotnar heritage and the dwarven crafting philosophy apparently recognized similar truths about relationships between physical objects and the knowledge they could embody. "Different traditions, similar understandings," Mimir commented, his scholarly perspective recognizing patterns across disparate cultures. The giants and dwarfs maintained certain philosophical parallels despite their historical conflicts, particularly regarding how knowledge might be preserved through physical objects rather than merely written records. This perspective offered new appreciation for crafting as knowledge preservation rather than merely practical production, suggesting alternate understanding of objects they had encountered throughout their journey. Perhaps many items dismissed as merely magical tools actually served as repositories for wisdom that might otherwise be lost through conventional records destruction. As night fully claimed the forest, stars emerging in gaps between snow-laden clouds, both travelers maintained comfortable silence, processing their experiences individually while sharing unspoken appreciation for what they had encountered. The Forge's lessons would continue revealing themselves in coming days, its influence extending beyond the physical object they had created to inform their understanding of creation itself. The newly crafted knife represented more than mere practical acquisition. It embodied connection to ancient wisdom, participation in traditions that transcended individual crafters to preserve knowledge across generations. Its presence at Atreus' belt would serve as a reminder that creation involved more than technical skill, requiring harmony between intention, material, and deeper understanding of how these elements might work together toward purposes that honored rather than exploited their essential natures. In the fires of the Forgotten Forge, they had encountered not just ancient craft, but timeless wisdom, teaching that would continue guiding them long after this particular journey concluded, influencing not just how they approached physical creation, but how they understood their own roles within larger patterns, spanning realms and generations. And so our journey through the realms draws to a close for tonight. May Hypnos, god of sleep, watch over you as you drift through dreams of legendary proportions. If these tales of gods and monsters helped guide you to restful sleep, consider supporting our journey by liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Your support gives me the strength to continue sharing these stories night after night. Remember, these videos play uninterrupted through the night, with no ads to disturb your slumber, just the soothing sounds of mythic realms to accompany your dreams. For those seeking passage to exclusive content, our Patreon offers early access to all videos and special playlists crafted to enhance your sleep. The link awaits in the description below. Until our next journey together, may your sleep be deep, your dreams be mighty, and your rest be undisturbed by the conflicts of gods and men. Sleep well, brave one.